Australia, that's what happened.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are young and free. With golden soil and wealth of soil, our home is good by sea. Our land abounds in
Cricket Club, the Terry Eckstein Oval in Cape Town, South Africa, for this exciting semi-final in the IMC Over-40s Cricket World Cup. After 5 round-robin games, it's come down to this. New Zealand finished top of Pool B, Australia finished second in Pool A, and here we are at semi-final time, and what a beautiful day it is here at Rondebosch. Australia have won the toss and decided to bat, as you can see by the 2 Australian openers coming to the wicket. Welcome to you wherever you are around the world. 9:15 almost in New Zealand in the PM, 7:15 in Sydney, and you can work the rest out from there. It's 10:15 in the morning here in Cape Town. My name's Jim Morris and I'll be with you all day long, and we've got the fantastic Pitch Vision crew with us. We've got Geisha doing the scoring, we've got Wayne doing all the production, we've got Tariq on the camera next to us, we've got Robin, Nabil's doing the camera next to us, we've got Robin and Tariq doing the other cameras. We've got all sorts of cameras going on today. It's going to be a great production, so stay with us. And also delighted to have Leighton Parsons from the New Zealand squad squeezed up alongside to my right. Good morning, Leighton.
Good morning, Jim, and good morning to everyone around the world.
So we've done the anthems. We had great anthems this morning, both teams singing loud and proud. And Peter Connell almost has the ball in hand, ready to kick things off from the far end. It's a bit windy today, so he'll have the wind behind him. Bowling his right arm fast mediums, and he'll be bowling to Cos Beadle, one of the batting stars of this tournament so far. So it should be a great contest today.
Gosh, and isn't it exciting? Just even in the commentary box here, full of nerves. So I'm sure the boys will be feeling it now, but ready to walk into the head on into the pressure.
Umpire's just signalling to the scorers to get underway, which is exactly what Peter Connell will do. One slip in a gully.
Good positive start, Peter Connell. One thing this New Zealand team will be looking to do early doors is take a couple of wickets. If there's any criticism of their game so far, it's been knocking over a couple of wickets early doors. So I know it's something the team have been talking about and really keen to address. So watch the boys coming out hard here.
The Aussies will also come hard. Both of these batsmen are aggressive. Cos Beadle is a hard hitter, left-hander. Both batsmen love anything short. Jeff Hemming particularly strong on the pull shot. He's at the non-strikers end. Cos Beadle has been one of the leading run scorers in this tournament. As I mentioned, he's got starts in just about every game. So, as Leighton said, for New Zealand, snicking a couple of these guys out early would be a big advantage.
It's a well-controlled start here from Peter Connell. He's right on the money. 2 balls hovering around off stump, and then the third one making him play. It's a good positive start.
This is game number 6 in the tournament so far in just about 8 or 9 days. So both teams will be tired. Now, that one has sneaked down the leg side. There was an appeal for a catch, and the umpire has not signalled wide, which I guess must suggest that it clipped his pad on the way through.
Yeah, that's right, Jim. I think a bit of thigh pad on the way through, a little bit of a half shout, just enough to stop the umpire calling a wide. So a good positive start, 4 dots, but you want to drag that line back to off stump or just outside. It's definitely a noise. It's definitely a noise.
Almost exactly the same, just a louder appeal this time. Again, appeared to be clipping the thigh pad or the pad of Beadle. We've got a pretty good angle here. We're at a very fine leg to the left-hander. well taken on both occasions by Bo Dench, the New Zealand wicketkeeper. This time Beadle does get a little tiny bit of bat on it, but not enough to beat Dench, and that's the end of a maiden over.
Great start, New Zealand. 6 dots. They're really keen to get an early wicket here. Just while we have got a moment, while Paddy marks out his run-up, the boys definitely can feel the love from back home in New Zealand, so big shout out to all the associations, the Auckland boys, Mainlanders, Wellington, and of course the District Grizzlies. Big shout out to you all. Awesome to feel the love from New Zealand. Also to the Raptor boys, whānau back home, all our New Zealand viewers. Welcome in on this evening.
Of course, lots of people tuning in from Australia as well, Leighton. We mustn't appear to be biased any way. Well, you can, I suppose, but I'll be an honorary Aussie. Here comes Paddy Sullivan coming into Jeff Hemming.
Pad bat. Paddy into the wind today. Can tell you that he had his rhythm going in the warm-up, hitting the deck hard.
Hemming trying to get onto his favoured pull shot. He does sweat on anything short, and he does have a very good pull shot. But if anything, maybe a little susceptible to a length ball outside off. I've seen him nick off a couple of times, but he's been a very effective run scorer at Australian domestic level and in this tournament.
Had a good look at the surface this morning, Jim. It just looks a little bit tacky, and going back to that straight pull, just looked like that one stuck in the surface a little bit. So already indications it's a little bit on the tacky side. And of course in that other game,
There he is on the pull, but no timing. James Marshall will rush around to mid-wicket. Good throw in, keeps it 2-1.
and of course in that other game, Jim, can you remind me of the scores here?
Yeah, a couple of days ago Australia played England. England got 201 and Australia came very close, 199 I think they were at the end.
Yeah, so despite being what everyone would suggest is a small venue, quite modest totals from both teams, so it's another indication that we've got a slow surface. But I'm sure, you know, New Zealand weren't too disappointed about losing the toss and knowing what they're going to be chasing with that line-out that goes real deep, that batting side all the way down.
It will be a wide. Yeah, both teams have deep batting lineups. Australia have had to call on theirs a couple of times. Stephen Baker down at 8 or 9 has done very well with the bat. He's the wicket keeper. So yeah, both teams do bat down to at least 8 or 9.
You'll be disappointed he missed out there. Shin high full toss. On a slow one, you want to put those ones away, and then just hit that straight to mid off.
Another full toss, which has hit him on the pad. Now, what are the laws there for an LBW? It doesn't matter what the ball would have done after hitting the pads if it's a full toss. Is that your understanding?
It's still got a, just by looking at where the ball went afterwards, it looked very leg sidey. So sliding down the leg side, I'd say. And then just looking at Paddy there, was a little bit interested, but not 100% convinced. So definitely leg slidey. Got away with a couple of full tosses there, Jim. the skipper will be looking to get back on top of off stump here. A little bit of nippage off the seam, hopefully. Hit the strings, take the edge.
If anything, Peter Connell has maybe been a little bit guilty in the past of spraying a couple down leg early, but he's looked really good today. He's had 2 games off due to was it a groin injury or a quad injury, something like that. So he's going to be coming in relatively fresh today. He looks good so far.
Just inside the wide line there. Yeah, you're right, Jim. Certainly would be better off for those 2 games off to give that bit of a leg niggle time to sort itself out. He's spent a lot of time this morning in the warm-ups working on his rhythm, so the skipper's well up for this one.
That one will be a wide, short down the leg side. Cos Beadle will be disappointed not to have caught up with that. And Connell escapes one of those leg side wides. Quite a few upper leg injuries in this tournament. Quads, hamstrings, groins, partly due to the heavy outfield, Slayton.
Yeah, a bit soft underfoot, but also it's the amount of games in the short time frame. You know, you look at a normal World Cup without age restrictions, they certainly go over a longer period of time, so having a back up quite quickly doesn't allow the old body to recover quite as fast. And yes, we've certainly seen our fair share of injuries this tournament, all teams.
Aussie openers watchful so far. From what I've seen in this tournament, they have been fairly dependent on their top order. The top 3 or 4 have done well. Just a bit of chat there between Connell and Beadle. If anything, maybe the middle order's been a little bit fragile, and on 2 or 3 occasions they've had to rely on their lower order. So perhaps trying to set a good firm base for this innings today.
Yeah, I don't think you saw it on camera there, but there was a long chat between Connell and the batsman. He giving him a lot of advice on, I suspect I'll need to be a lot more positive. I'm sure was it his advice?
Alright, well, let's see how that one progresses, the Beadle-Connell relationship. End of Connell's second over. As always, the spirit between New Zealand and Australia is very good off the field, and on the field there's just that maybe a little bit of spice, which you'd probably be disappointed if it wasn't there, Leighton, given the history of these 2 countries.
Yes, I can confirm there will be a lot of spices out there for sure.
Yeah, the Aussies certainly won't be completely mute when they're fielding. I can predict that. Quick single out to the little live wire number 22, Nick Smith, who fields well, but good positive running. That's the first sign of that we've seen this morning?
Yes, and you can sort of sense that something's got to give. Australia looking for some early momentum and early boundary, but that hasn't quite come yet. So from them, nice and positive with their running, taking on the ring fielders.
Let's see if Sullivan can get any swing here to the left-hander. He'll be moving it away from Beadle if he does. Oh, they're going to take an overthrow here. That was good fielding from Hastelow, but the shy at the stumps didn't give any of the New Zealand fielders a chance to come around and back up. So good alertness from the Aussies turns that quick one into a fairly easy two.
And that's what the positive running does. If they look to be positive with their running, it creates more running opportunities. You know, so instead of a dot, we've got 1+1. Good running, Australia.
It's a nice length delivery from Paddy Sullivan. I think that's the length he should be bowling at. He's perhaps over-tossed a little bit in this tournament. When he gets it on that good length, he's pretty dangerous. Over-tossed a little bit that time and driven beautifully by Cos Beadle out to the extra cover boundary for the first 4 of the Australian innings. Nice shot, Leighton.
Yeah, just a quality cricket shot there. Having a look on the replay now. Just gets it into his front half. Momentum through the ball. It's got a good connection. 4 runs.
Back on that length again. I'm not sure if he's searching for the Yorker, but he's bowled a few low full tosses in the last couple of games. But overall, pretty good start for both teams, I think. Steady. Without loss after 4. Is it? Oh, sorry. 11. 11 without loss. Five other games in progress today. Every team plays the same amount of games in this tournament. The main one we'll be keeping an eye on is the other semi-final between South Africa and England. We'll give you regular updates on that throughout the day, so you don't have to switch channels. Not that you would, of course. And 4 other games in addition to that.
First run off the bat for Peter Connell's spell. 2.1 overs in, 1 wide and first single. So he's been tight to start. We're looking to build on that. Again, he'd love to get a breakthrough here.
So Cos Beadle, who just scored that single, is averaging 80 in this tournament at a strike rate of 87. He's reached 53 times, hasn't quite cracked the 100, high score of 88, but he's been a real good force up the top for Australia. And very similar shot from Jeff Hemming to rotate the strike again. Jeff Hemming, he's averaging 27 in the tournament, so a little more modest. He's got just the 150, but this is a well-established opening partnership for Australia. These two also open the batting for New South Wales.
Pinched another one here. Good running. And sort of sense they're just getting into their work now, absorbing those first couple of overs, getting a feel for the wicket. Now they're starting to take the ones, run hard.
So what can New Zealand do to try and counter this quick running, Leighton?
Well, it's a fine balance of bringing that ring in closer, but you still want them deep enough to be able to stop the boundary if they do hit through. Just having a look out, Greg Johnson out at cover, he's charging in hard, so he's certainly having a sniff around to try and stop the one. Yeah, but it's just a matter of getting that ring deep enough that you're stopping the boundary, but close enough that you're in the hunt for a run out. It's a fine art, you never get it right. And of course, from a batting point of view, the more Australia bring them in, the easier it is for them to hit through. So it's that cat and mouse.
It's straight, so straight that it knocks the stump out at the bowler's end. So you talked earlier about maybe the lack of penetration among the New Zealand opening bowlers. Paddy Sullivan has 2 wickets at 53 in this tournament so far. Peter Connell also 2 wickets at 40. So they've bowled fairly well, although that one's through the covers and probably won't have the legs to reach the boundary. Good retrieval.
Good chase out there from Nick Smith. You certainly know with Nick that gives us heart every time he's out in the field, whether he's bowling, fielding. He's a live wire. He'll be given a lot of chat as well.
They had some good cricket. That was a length delivery which Beadle hit on the up, but nicely parried away by James Marshall at cover. They do take a single as it's deflected out to mid-off. What about this left-right combination, Leighton? Will that be a challenge for the Kiwi bowlers?
That pad. Yeah, and I think that's the beauty of having a left-hand, right-hand combination. Bowlers have to consistently adjust their line and length. But, you know, 2 quality bowlers here. It won't bother them too much, but you will get it wrong on the odd occasion. Like there, straight down the leg side. Good running again from the Australians. Punched out in the covers. Smith does the fielding. Paddy working hard into what's more than a breeze. It's quite blustery.
Little bit of a false shot from Beadle, thick inside edge, but they pick up another single. So those singles starting to come a bit easier for the Australian openers now. They've made their way up to 21. Jeff Hemming on 5, Cos Beadle on 12. So 2 sides just feeling each other out, so to speak, in these early overs. Here at the Terry Eckstein Oval, you can see the 2 flags flying proudly above the scoreboard. It's a windy day here, blustery but warm. Beadle goes over the top this time. He hasn't perfectly timed it, and it's another chase for Nick Smith, who's been industrious already this morning. 2 more to the total.
Yeah, just offering a bit of width there. Peter Connell going at 1.67, so the economy is very good. So first opportunity, Australia had to free their arms. Beetle onto that nicely. Takes 2. What a delivery. Adjusted nicely. Look like a bit of nippage on the strings. Let's have a look at the replay here. Yes, bit of seamage.
Looks like it beat him on the inside.
Yeah, it did. So it's obviously hit the strings and straightened beautifully to the left-hander. Great ball, skipper. Running well, the Australians. Getting into their work, 24 without loss. 6.3 overs. Peter Connell's figures, none for 8 off 3.3.
So we're halfway through the 7th over, Leighton. Would you like to predict a rough score? I'll give you 15 runs either side.
All right, Jim. Try not to go too much with my heart here and more with my head, but I reckon 220.
So we saw 200 play 200 the other day. Leighton Parsons has locked in 220 as his final answer. Yeah, it doesn't look like run scoring is going to be super easy today. Hard to tell, of course, it's just early stages, but there's not a huge amount of bounce in the wicket.
All pace.
All pace. From what I've seen of the Australian attack, it is probably dominated by their seam bowlers, the likes of Andrew Downton, Jamie Pinelli, who's been fantastic, Scott Jarvis. The spinners haven't had quite as much success. Richie Wild, Ryan Snape, I think it is. Whereas the New Zealand attack has been led by its spinners. So I wonder if that'll come into play.
Yeah, I'm sure Will Jim and New Zealand have got a number of different spin options they can turn to. Nick Smith, left arm, orthodox. Ian Rapson, Scotty Mara. And of course, Hardeep. Plenty of spin options to go to. There's a little bit of worry amongst the camp with the small boundaries, especially on one side. However, same for both teams, isn't it?
Could you describe some of those boundaries to us, Leighton, for the benefit of the viewers who can't see all the boundaries like we can?
Alright, so looking at Paddy running into this strong breeze now as a right-hander, the clubhouse and straight is probably a 3/4 hit.
That's over to the right of screen.
Yes. Sure, all the spinners will be queuing to bowl up from the far end where they've got a bit more forgiveness if they get it wrong to the right-hander.
There's some high netting around those boundaries, probably 15 metres high, so there's clearly a few sixes hit in this area. Full again from Sullivan, and there's also some fairly nice houses behind that netting, so no doubt those people wanting to protect their windows.
Wouldn't that be a great spot to live, Jim?
If you like cricket, not so great if you don't.
Correct.
You can see those nice houses there, gated community. It's clipped nicely off the toes. It's some work for the fielder to do, which he does in a sprawling manner. That's Scotty Mara. Yeah, so this is part of a gated community. You have to be allowed through the gate in order to get into this complex. There's a nice pavilion here, which I believe the residents have access to on a day-to-day basis. There's a cafe and then a restaurant upstairs. And it's a very nice spot to watch cricket, or just to hang out. But we're here to watch cricket. There it is, the Rondebosch Cricket Club, the Terry Eckstein Oval.
Oh, fabulous, fabulous cricket club. I certainly would love to play my cricket here. Pool on site. Fantastic bar if that's your thing. Good food, Jim.
So this little sparring match continues. The two heavyweights in this Over-40s World Cup still exchanging some gentle early blows. No one really landing any heavy ones yet. 3.5 and over the Aussies going at, but they've managed to avoid losing a wicket, and they'll be really happy with that.
Yeah, that's right, Jim. And you know, you gave me the opportunity to have the guess of the score before, and if you do hold wickets back in the tank, you can always look to accelerate later, which I'm sure that's the plan. And back to your sparring contest, Peter's, you know, he's only gone for 9 off 4.2. How deep does he take this spell, and who comes next downwind? Is it Jerem Wiley? Is it Hestelow? Do we look at some spin? I think while the engine is running warm for him, he might want to take this spell quite deep, especially because they're not scoring very freely off him.
And the last couple of games we've seen Paddy Sullivan bowl long spells. He bowled 8 in either the last match or the one before, and 7 in the other one. So he's able to bowl long spells as well, if he's bowling well.
What I have liked about this New Zealand opening spell this morning is there hasn't been as much width on offer for the batsman to get the release ball. Been a lot tighter today, a lot more disciplined, haven't gone searching for wickets. They'll be confident if they can restrict Australia to that 220 mark. Big shout.
Kiwis were very confident about that one. Just a question of whether it was bat or pad first. What was your initial instinct?
I think that's definitely got him on the move. Pad bat, and then he's got the big board outside off stump after that to show the umpire he's hit outside the line. Let's have a look at the replay here. Oh.
Do you think it was more a matter of line rather than bat first? It did look a little bit outside the line on the replay there.
Good shout.
I've been impressed with Peter Connell today. This is the best he's bowled in this tournament, I'd say. His line has been excellent. Hasn't sprayed any, and even on a slow, low wicket, he's been asking questions of both Aussie batsmen. Hasn't given them width, which they love.
Yeah, one thing you can certainly say about Peter Connell, he leads from the front, so having this settled start will not only help his confidence, but the boys around him. Just showing that LBW again. Just looked like it got him on the move. That's a decent shout. Sullivan to continue.
Another good length from Paddy Sullivan. He's good there. How was the how are the nerves in the Kiwi side overnight and this morning, Leighton? Or the excitement, I should say.
Yeah, definite combination of both.
Oh, that's a big shout.
Oh.
Umpire shakes his head early. We're a little bit off centre here. We're probably long off. But what do you reckon there? Maybe leg side-ish?
Well, with his natural shape, you'd think that would be straightening. Let's have a look here. Paddy's natural shape. Oh, it's a good shout. After they started to look like they were getting going before running some good singles and getting some balls away, the New Zealand bowlers have tightened up again. Put the pressure back on Australia here. Look like they're getting a little bit stuck, so they'll be looking for that release.
Pulled away, but one bounce down to Jerem Wiley, I think that is there, who hurls in the return. Yeah, so the previous over was a maiden from Peter Connell. The one before that, just 3 runs off it. So the last 2.3 overs, just going for 4 runs.
Yeah, so a good little period here for New Zealand. Australia will be looking to try and get that tempo they had going. A couple of over goes back up. Leg buys.
You might have got a little bit of bat on that. Let's see what the umpire says.
Runs.
He agrees with me.
Good call, Jim. A bit of bat pad into the leg side. Yeah, back to your nerves and excitement, I think. There's a little touch, he's got him. That shape away we've talked about. And I've been looking at trying up the tempo. He's shaped that away. He's got a little touch on it. Bo Dench takes the catch, and that's the breakthrough that New Zealand was looking for. And we have our first wicket. Jim.
Yeah, Bo Dench taking the catch there. Paddy Sullivan throwing that one a little bit wider. Almost the first one that he's bowled wider today. And Cos Beadle getting a bit excited by the opportunity to lash one through the covers. Just gets a little outside edge with that movement away, as Leighton said. And that's a huge wicket for New Zealand, because that is the premier batsman for Australia. As I mentioned, he's been averaging 80 in this tournament to date. So to winkle him out for just 18 is a huge breakthrough for New Zealand. They'll be delighted, Leighton.
Big wicket. Yeah, you've called that correctly. Just had a look at the replay. Threw it up there in the front half, looking to score off it, and just that shape away. Enough swing to catch the outside edge. Through to Bo Dench. Comfortable catch. New Zealand on the board. And it just comes after that period where Australia's just a little bit stuck. Getting some running going. Just want to be positive,
Tell you what though, run scoring doesn't look easy today. The wicket looks very slow, and I think whatever Australia can get, it'll be a challenge for the New Zealand batting lineup, even though it is a strong one. Okay, who have we got coming in here? This is Greg Hunt coming in at number 3. He's not on strike though. Jeff Hemming is. Greg Hunt, good batsman. I saw him play against Canada in the warm-up match. He smacked it everywhere. Big, strong guy. Hits well down the ground.
Another pad bat here. Oh, and the ball has gone straight into the umpire. He was having a look at that LBW.
Batting's a bit tough out here, Leighton. Plenty of shouts and, you know, thick inside edges and squirts away. Doesn't look easy.
Certainly not easy. Add into that a bit of shape, a bit of seamage, a bit of swing. And look, you know, Paddy O'Sullivan took the wicket, but don't underestimate the hand that Peter Connell played in that. 10 runs off his 5 overs. That creates pressure at the other end. And one thing the New Zealand boys would have talked about is bowling in partnerships.
That's right, he bowled a maiden in his last over. And that may have contributed to Cos Beadle looking to play that expansive off drive, or cover drive, which caught the edge.
Absolutely.
So, Greg Hunt, who's now taking guard, he's scored 156 runs in this tournament at 39, strike rate of 89, high score of 66. That's his only, oh no, he scored 250s, so he's been in pretty good form.
Has a look at the first ball from Connell, who's going deep into his spell, into his 6th over.
Yeah, he's been excellent this morning, Connell. Just 2 and over going out. Had a couple of shouts for LB. The line's been excellent, the length's been excellent. Really good comeback for the Kiwi skipper.
Just looks to be in a nice rhythm, hitting the same lengths and areas, asking good questions, bringing the front pad into play. Doing a great job here.
Hunt just a little bit tentative on that forward defensive, bat out in front of the pad and just getting the thick inside edge out to mid-wicket. That's Nick Horsley in there. He'll be eyeing up conditions, who might have an important role to play with the bat much later today. Horsley's in the action again. Another good over from the Kiwi skipper. That's his 6th done now. Just 11 runs off those 6 overs.
He's having a little wave down here. Is that him done? Is he going to say 4 up his sleeve for later? Or does he have another
3.
one? Sorry, 3 up his sleeve. Yeah, I think that should be done. And it looks like Hastelow's warming up. He'll come downwind. That answers my question I was about to ask you, Jim. Will Hastelow come from Sullivan's end? At the far end, so it'll probably be Jerem Wiley if we carry on with seam, who's been good this tournament, coming in through the middle overs.
Also at the death, he's been very good. Bowls a lot of Yorkers, just Jerem Wiley, so you might see him bowl at the end as well.
He does, and what's been a feature of his wickets is, although he ambles in, he's heavy. The big man really shoulders it into the wicket, he can shape it both ways, so I would give him this end after Paddy. Well, there's some shine in the ball and he'll ask some good questions.
Meanwhile, Sullivan continuing, 1 for 20. He's got the wicket so far. Floats that one out there, maybe trying to induce the edge of Hemming as he did for Beadle in the previous over.
Yeah, and he got one out there against UAE a couple of days ago. Another caught behind, so he gets a lot of nicks.
Yeah, I've been impressed with his length today. He hasn't over-tossed, or over-pitched I should say. He's got it right on a really good length and made it so difficult on this wicket for the Aussie batsman to hit any big shots.
Clever cricketer is Paddy, going back to his bowling plans the other day, standing behind the stumps from wicketkeep, had a very good view, and he set up one of the right-handers beautifully, showed them 2 in-swingers, and then obviously that's a stock ball, and then bowled one straight across, no shape, and that beautiful bowling.
So Jeff Hemming's going to play an important role in this innings for Australia, I think. He's been very dominant at the domestic level, scores a lot of centuries for New South Wales in their national tournaments, and but today he's got himself to 9 off 31, and having done that work and got used to the pitch, he's got a bat on.
Yeah, he'll certainly want to kick on here as he gets to 10.
He's one of about 4 or 5 members of this Australian team that travelled to New Zealand last February for the inaugural, the inaugural Over-40s international series. Those were the first Over-40 internationals ever played between New Zealand and Australia in Christchurch last year. You were part of that series, Leighton, playing for New Zealand A. You remember a few of these guys?
Yeah, certainly a few familiar faces. How did he go last year? Did he get some runs?
He got starts. He didn't get any big scores. I think Paddy Sullivan nicked him out, and Peter Connell may have as well. So we got Adam Hastelow, as predicted, coming from the far end. Tell us a bit about his bowling. He's got some variations.
He does, and nice fluid run up. Nice fluid run up. Certainly bouncing back from some early sickness early in the tour, so he'll be feeling great that he's fit and ready, and he'll also be buoyed by the fact that his lovely lady has just arrived on tour. You know, a long time for some of us to be away from our families when we're not used to that kind of thing, so having her here, I'm sure, will fire him up a bit more.
Just looking at the YouTube comments, Leighton, he's quite a popular player, Adam Hastelow. David Wakefield says, Adam Hastelow is my favourite all-rounder.
Big shout. He's given him! Hastelow has made the breakthrough. LBW.
He's delighted. Getting Hemming, we were just talking about how Hemming needed to bat through. Well, he's not going to do that. And it's an excellent delivery from Hastelow, just a little bit fuller than the previous delivery. We'll have to check it out on the replay to see exactly what he did. It's just coming up now. So, Leighton, you talk us through this one, mate.
Right. Oh, yes. A little bit of shape away, hit him in front. I reckon that's hitting 3/4 of the way up middle stump. Batsman didn't look too upset, so probably felt that would have been out. Great delivery.
He was trying to play it on the onside to a very straight delivery. Maybe on second thoughts he would have played that straighter, but having just got to 10 off 40 odd deliveries, maybe a little bit conscious of the score again. Great start for Adam Hastelow.
Yeah, I guess when you look at that out of the hand, probably felt that was leg stump-ish, and then the shape just caught him off, made him play across it. Great wicket for Hastelow. He said he'll be happy that his lovely lady's here, sitting up on the balcony, and
yep, she'll be delighted, as will David Wakefield, who I just mentioned. He's also said in the YouTube comments, can the captain please let Adam Hastelow bowl? It's almost my bedtime and I simply must see him with ball in hand. And he's also asked the cameraman to get more footage of Adam. Well, we've got plenty now. Hope you're happy, David. You can go to bed shortly.
oh, inside half, Hastelow.
Actually, mate, stay up a little bit longer because Adam's in good form.
Good fielding from Paddy O'Sullivan from the boundary. Oh, I hope he's not hurt himself here. He's gone down. I'll tell you who else will be happy, Jim. It's Jack Lewis, saying Hastelow is the heartthrob of the century. Well, I can tell you what, he went into the barber shop the other day, spent a small fortune on a crispy line-up and a fade. He is looking like $1 million, isn't he?
Yeah, well, I mean, we're only a quarter of the way through the century, so there's still time, but doing well to be heartthrob of the century so far. Alright, let's get back to the cricket. New batsman Justin Poole. It's the Australian captain. 2 new batsmen, neither have scored. Australia 33 for 2, finding it pretty difficult out here at the Terry Eckstein Oval on a difficult pitch against accurate bowling.
Tell you what, my 220's not looking very good now, is it, after those 2 quick ones? And that's going to put the brakes on even more.
Both of these batsmen are fairly aggressive. We've seen Justin Poole, we saw him at the Global Cup in Pakistan. He went over there. Looked pretty good on those wickets, which are probably not too dissimilar from this one. The slow, low Karachi wickets might be a little bit familiar to Justin Poole.
Hastelow charging in, downwind. Threatening again. Hands on his head. I think he may have thought that was taken from off stump, so a little bit of risk. What a great first set from Hastelow, Jim.
Was indeed. 1 for 1 off your first over. That's a great start. The 2 Australian batsmen out. Cos Beadle was caught by Bo Dench off Paddy Sullivan for 18. And most recent to go in that previous over, Jeff Hemming, LBW to Adam Hastelow in his first over for 10 off 35 deliveries.
Here's the replay again. Look at this. Yeah, just straightening. He would have felt that was going down leg side. Straightened about halfway down the wicket and hit him in front. The ball ended up on the offside, which is a good indication it's shaping back. Great ball, Hastelow. It's what you want as a right armour.
Wasn't the heartthrob delighted? He loved that.
Sullivan. Oh,
short did not get up at all.
No, it didn't.
Poole was onto the Poole shot pretty quickly, but he missed that by probably a foot.
Let's have a look at this again. Another good indication of the slowness of the wicket. They just didn't get up, didn't come on. He was through the shot early. It's definitely a slow track. Slow and tacky like we thought. Tough to score runs out here today. Just while Sullivan's walking back, a big happy birthday to Digby, one of the Grizzly boys. Another milestone. District's Grizzly legend, on and off the field, top bloke. Happy birthday, mate.
So, Leighton, you're a top order batsman. How do you bat on a wicket like this against a bowling attack like this? What would you be doing?
Yep, I've been thinking about that for the first half of this innings. I think it starts with the running, and we've seen little moments of that from the Australians where they're trying to be positive with their running, but then they've sort of gone away from it again, especially with a couple of wickets. So you've got to look to run hard. You know, you've got to find where the good fielders are and where the ones who are not so quick. So looking for where you can drop and run. Looking how deep your mid-ons and offs are back, and they're sitting on close to the 30 metres, so there's one down the ground. So first of all, finding how can I get off strike? And I don't think there's been quite enough of that from the Australians, but that's a good one there. So there's an example. First finding that one, and then knowing where your four balls are. For me personally, Jim, it'll be width, looking for width, fourth and fifth stump, trying to cut. But you must say the New Zealanders haven't offered much width today. I can think of 2 balls.
Even when you do get that width, the timing would be another issue. The poorer deliveries that the Kiwis have bowled, the Aussies just haven't been able to time it, I guess, again, because of the slowness of the wicket.
Yep. Absolutely, and I guess the other option there is, with the intent of your running, you got to pick your two areas for when the Kiwi boys do get it wrong. Where am I strong? Is it down the ground? Is it over cover? And just backing yourself to execute. I just don't think I've seen enough positive intent from the Australians that they'll need today. I think they did well getting a little bit of a foundation set, but just couldn't get one of those two openers to kick on, and that creates another little period where New Zealand can get through plenty of overs and build more dots.
Down the leg side, called a wide. Slip in a gully in for Adam Hastelow, and he is allowed 3 fielders out beyond the 30-yard circle. I can only see one or two. There's a mid-wicket and a fine leg. Looks like that's all he's got. So attacking field setting from Peter Connell. Short pulled away to Paddy Sullivan, who's at that fine leg, long leg position. He does have long legs, so that's appropriate.
It's just got a bit of a limp there, Jim. I think fielding that ball, Hastelow's last over, I just think that he's tweaked something. He's definitely not moving freely down at fine leg. But he's a tough character, I'm sure. Whatever he's done, he'll soldier on for sure.
Well, long tournament, everyone's going to have some sort of problem with the body at this stage, most likely. Except me. I'm okay.
Mate,
Throat's getting a bit sore.
You've been putting in those steps around Cape Town every day, so you're fit as a fiddle.
South Africa are 3 down against England, 58 for 3. 11 and a half overs in.
Well, that's got our local crew here happy. Width on offer there, but didn't want it. Yeah. I don't know if that's the right approach. I mean, you're not going to get many out there, so it's an opportunity to free your arms out. It's not like it's blistering pace through off the surface, so I think that's an opportunity missed.
Just 2.6 and over the Aussies going at so far. Oh, catch goes down. Ben Rapson's been fantastic in the slips in this tournament. Big fella dived away athletically to his left, but got a good hand to it, but just couldn't quite cling on. It was more of a cut shot than a genuine edge, Leighton.
Yeah, that come quickly, and it's not very nice at first slip, I can tell you from experience. It's not very nice at first slip if you have to go to your left, because you almost go late, because you wonder, you've got that split second whether that's the keeper's. So it looked like he has gone late, and combined with how quick that travelled, it's still a chance gone down. What I will say about Rapson is he dislocated his finger a couple of days ago. Thankfully it was the other hand from a shy at the stumps from Marshall. And I won't say it was entertaining. It was actually a little bit hard to watch that finger be pulled back in.
Always guided that one, I suppose. We'll give him credit for that, guiding it down through to the vacant third man area for 4. So that was a fairly controlled shot, even though it was a thick outside edge from Greg Hunt. And that's the first boundary in a long time, which will take us to drinks. You can describe that for us, Leighton, and then we'll have a wee break.
Well, there's nothing worse as a bowler when you see your good balls sitting on just outside off stump, go to the boundary for 4. And yeah, I agree, Jim, that's a nice controlled shot over the top of the ball. No third man, guided down and turned a good ball into 4. So the Australians will be really happy with that, and going into drinks make them feel a bit more positive for sure.
That's right, just a tiny bit of momentum to take them into the drinks break. They had that catch go down and then a 4 to finish the first block of 15 overs. The players will have a break and we'll come back in about 3 or 4 minutes time. was a pretty quick drinks break as far as they go. Maybe the Kiwi guys looking to keep the momentum going. Just have a quick bit of hydration and back into it. So Australia, 44 for 2 after 15 overs. That's 2.9 and over. Paddy Sullivan is going to continue. 7 overs, 1 for 22.
Big fella's doing a big old shift into the wind here, into his 8th. And he's just not walking freely. Look at him sort of grabbing that groin. I think he'll power through it, but I think he's just got a groin niggle here.
Yeah, width on offer again, and nicely played by Greg Hunt out to the boundary. Nick Smith may have carried it over with him. No, he's done well. And it's a huge throw back in from Scotty Mara. So good teamwork out there from New Zealand, but also a good positive shot from Greg Hunt. Sorry, was that Greg Hunt or Justin Poole? From the Aussie batsman.
Yeah, good to see Greg put that one away. Bit of width and length on offer there.
Yeah, 3 they scored there. Again, the pull shot not quite working.
Just looks like it's difficult to judge the length when it's short. There's been a couple of pull shots missed out on today because they haven't really got up.
I guess when you played all your cricket on hard, fast wickets in Australia, where the pull shot is just an automatic reflex shot, to try and do it and just play it half a second later must be quite difficult to adjust to. Gets hold of this. No, he doesn't. It's pulled again out to James Marshall. Looked like he got it a bit better. At least he hit it, but just the one out to Marshall.
And interesting to see the deep square out there for Paddy. See nothing down the ground in the air taking on the straight fielders, so when the bowler does get it wrong, the option is to pull, hence the protection out there from Marshall. And that's Paddy done for his 8th.
Yeah, 1 for 26 off 8 overs.
Is the skipper going to make him bowl out, or is that him done? Let's have a look. Can't see anyone warming up.
So even though it's a reasonably slow start for Australia, if they can score another 70 off this next block of 15 overs, that'll give them about 110, 120 after 30. And then if they can somehow get up to 200, we've seen on this wicket that that's it's been a winning score. That will not be stopped by Paddy Sullivan. Adam Hastelow going for that leg spinner slow ball option that he does bowl well, but erring in length, and it just ended up being a full toss, which was easy pickings for Justin Poole. I'm not sure if that was signalled a no ball for height. Doesn't look like it.
No, and that's a 50 up for the Australians. Nice little milestone for them to tick over there. And a rare bad ball from New Zealand and Hastelow. That's a good shout. He's given him. Hastelow grabs another.
Excellent bowling from Adam Hastelow. That was fuller, and I was just about to say that Justin Poole was getting a little bit of momentum back into this Australian innings. Again, going for the forward defensive, struck on the pad, maybe just moved across his wickets a little bit, and the umpire had a good long think about it and agreed with the enthusiastic shout of the New Zealand fielders that was indeed LBW. Adam Hastelow strikes again. Australia 3 down.
Let's have a look at the replay here. He's just bowled a full bunger, comes back. Oh yes, that looks good. He is batting out of his crease, and he's got half a yard forward, and he's had a look back to see if he's got forward enough, but on a low, slow one, you don't want to miss them when they're on the stumps, because it does bring the LBW into play.
The Australian captain falls. LBW to Adam Hastelow for 14 from 16 deliveries. Australia 52 for 3, or if you're in Australia and you don't understand what that means, 3 for 52. Either way that you look at it, it's not super pretty reading for the Aussies, and they've exposed the Australian middle order, which, as I said, has not covered itself in glory. Although, as I say that, Luke Jackson, he has scored a century in this tournament, so he can definitely bat. He also put in a good anchor innings for Australia against England the other day. He scored, from memory, 30-something, but it took him a while, 80-odd deliveries. Let's see how he approaches this game, this innings. Important job for him to do.
Hastelow to resume with his towel up. Oh.
Okay, describe that one, Leighton.
It looks like it has been absolutely stuck in his hand and didn't want to come out.
I'm not sure whether that should have been called a no ball or a wide. It looks like it may have even landed off the pitch. He was trying the bouncer, I think, and he does bowl a good bouncer. But that was not one.
The umpires signalled one for the over too, so it's really interesting. Right, you know what happened last time he bowled a bad ball, so does it mean they've got a wicket here, Jim?
I don't think that passed the batsman at shoulder height, but anyway. Oh, so he's a bit all over the shop, Adam. He's bowling big full bungers, weird bouncers, and he's taking wickets. Let's have a look on the replay. I think we're going to see that bouncer, attempted bouncer. Let's have a look. Oh no, it's the LBW. Yeah, good. So that was definitely the best ball of the over. Another full toss. What do you think he's aiming for here, Leighton?
I think he's just lost a bit of rhythm at the moment. That one looked like he struggled to get through his action. I know he's had a problem, and if you have a look at his right elbow, that's heavily strapped. He's had a problem with that. I wonder if that's hindering his ability to sit on his... And look at him just shaking his hand there. I don't think he's comfortable.
Runs here, finds the gap, does Jackson to get off the mark.
Nice shot.
Haven't seen many twos today, Leighton. That might be one of the first that we've seen.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of threes, haven't we? Well, the people have called for it, and I can see Jerem Wiley, the X Factor, warming up. He will come into the wind for Paddy O'Sullivan, who they will save one for him.
Yeah, interesting. That's the second time in this tournament that he's bowled an 8-over spell, but not been given the 9th. So maybe 8 is his absolute max.
Just noticed Hastelow there stretching that arm out on the way back to his run-up. He's definitely having problems with it. Look at him. Have a look at him now, Jim. That could be his spell over.
O-V-E-R. Well, if that is the end of his spell, that'll be a huge disappointment to the people watching on YouTube. There's a real Adam Hastelow fan club. David Wakefield asking during Paddy Sullivan's over if there's any way to fast forward through to Hasty's next over. Also asking, is this a committee meeting to try and get Hasty more than 10 overs? Well, he can only bowl 9 actually. So David Wakefield certainly has a big crush on Adam Hastelow, it appears. and he'll be happy to see that Hastelow has taken 2 wickets. Also, Hoops Jr. Hastelow, what a man, what a legend, in capital letters.
And here he is, Jerem Wiley, plays out of the Otorohanga Raptors Cricket Club, plays for Seddon Cricket Club. He can swing the ball both ways, he bowls a heavy ball, and he's the X factor for a reason. He's had a good tournament, probably the safest hands out of all the boys so far.
Here it comes, just a few paces. Straight on the money though. Yeah, plenty of chat in the YouTube, bit of banter there. Paul Fatu's not very happy with our commentary late, and he reckons we're biased. Sorry, Paul. He's going to be a handful today, Jerem Wiley, if he can keep the ball in the spots that he usually bowls it. He does bowl a really good Yorker, watch out for that. David Wakefield just finally signing off the night for the night, says, "Good night all, I will sleep well dreaming about the great man." Short cutaway, this could test the boundary, in fact it'll make it easily over the rope now. Good shot from Greg Hunt.
That's a lovely cut shot.
Sorry, I'm still working out the batsman. Yes, that was Greg Hunt, the big fella. He's tall and stockily built, strong player.
Lovely cut shot, taken from about 6 stump. Got his hands over the ball, nice and fast, good connection. It's raced away for 4, lovely shot. Just 4 off that over.
Yeah, just the one bad ball in the over, giving that width that Leighton Parsons was talking about early, and Greg Hunt able to latch onto it.
I think Hastelow's going to continue here, Jim. Even though he is in obvious pain. Gosh, he's had everything happen to him on this tour.
Yeah, he was in hospital with a saline drip, and then played cricket the next day.
Fielded by Hardeep Singh down at third man. Although Hastelow's got the 2 wickets, he'll feel he's been a little bit on the expensive side, going for 22 off his 3.1, so just about 7s. Definitely saved 2 there, Horsley, mid wicket. Thought that was through.
Very similar scores in both semi-finals. Australia 64 for 3, South Africa 69 for 3. Wickets all round the grounds actually. Oh, again that full toss. Looks like every time he tries to bowl a slower ball he ends up over-tossing, over-pitching. And he's been the most expensive of the New Zealand bowlers, but also the most successful, taking 2 of the 3 wickets to fall, so perhaps that unpredictability working in his favour. Still a slip, no gully. He's been pushed back to third man. So Ben Rapson in there. He's had an opportunity come his way off Hastelo's bowling. Again, a full toss. The umpire at square leg signals that it was below waist height.
The question is now, how long do they keep testing this elbow before we see some spin from the far end? Great
Slammed
shot.
away. Good piece of fielding though by Scott Mara, sliding around on the boundary at square leg. That was the best hit of the pull shots that we've seen today. And yeah, this is the end of Hastelo's over, and I'm going to predict that that's the end of his spell. He gets a bit of a tap on the shoulder from the skipper, which might suggest either have a break, mate, or I suppose could also mean keep going.
I think he'll be asking him how you feel, and knowing Adam, he'll be saying I'm still good to go, but realistically you can see that that elbow's given him a bit of grief.
In all 5 matches, the team batting first has lost at least 3 wickets. India are 50 for 5 against Zimbabwe, Canada 76 for 3 against Wales, UAE 55 for 3 against Namibia. These are all matches for the lower placings in the tournament. Top 4 teams go into the cup draw. Teams 5 through 8 go into the plate competition, and teams 9 through 12 into the bowl competition. So something to play for all 12 teams, not just the semi-finalists.
Nice little clip off the legs for the Australians.
You just sense that Australia are getting a bit of momentum into their innings now. They've got the run rate up from 2.6 to 3.5. And it's only a 16 run partnership between these two. But it's come in 3 overs. They've been helped by some somewhat erratic bowling from Adam Hastelo. Struggling with an injury according to Leighton Parsons. But important phase in the game now with the second change bowlers in. And yeah, I suspect we might see some spin from the far end, whether it's the off spin of Ben Rapson or the slow left arm of Nick Smith. I think I saw Ben Rapson bowling a little pretend ball there.
Wiley into his work now. We'll be looking to close this over out. Down to the cover sweeper, Nick Smith. Single.
Not sure we'll have time for this, Leighton, but Bevan Ames has said, "This is the first time I've heard Leighton Parsons, aka DJ Lates, on a mic and not singing. Maybe we could hear a little bit between overs." I think he's... did you bring your guitar with you today, Leighton? I think I heard it in the bus.
I did. Bevan Ames, that guy's known as Mr. Otrahonga. He's a very good looking man according to the locals. And good to see him following along. Bevan Ames, the legend, the great man. Also got Travis Ponga watching from Wollongong, Australia. Welcome, Travis, another great man.
Yeah, great to see all the viewers tuning in for this exciting Trans-Tasman clash. You're about to see Nick Smith have a trundle from the far end. He bowls slow left arm, pretty accurate. Just while Nick sets his field.
Nick Smith, District's Grizzly player, left arm spinner, fierce competitor, also known for giving a good potato and gravy massage, Jim.
I don't know what that means, lady.
Yes, well, one time we didn't quite have the massage oil and we had a calf injury. And what we did have was surplus amounts of KFC. So potato and gravy it was, fixed the calf muscle.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, it was a calf muscle injury, so the potato and gravy was used for the massage oil, Jim.
Sounds disgusting.
Yes, well, Luke from Taupo was the recipient of that calf rub. He's a great man. Watch how quickly Nick Smith gets through his over here. He just wants to turn and burn, get through his balls.
Ooh, that one coming in with the arm. He does do that occasionally. Not a huge turner of the ball, but he's got a bit of a slingy sidearm action, which helps with the drift in.
I actually caught for him in the warm, and he actually got a couple to bite. So it'll be interesting to see if he can get a couple to grip on the surface. But yeah, you're right. He'll be hoping for a bit of variation from the surface, some to slide on, some to grip, just to create a bit of doubt. They've played that first over quite well.
Tim McLean, hello to you. You've asked how Hardeep Singh's injury is. He did have a rather dramatic calf injury in the last match. Number 13 for New Zealand, key player. He's playing today, so he seems well enough. He's such a keen cricketer, take a lot to keep him out. But I guess we'll see how tested he is today.
Well, I can tell you, Jim, he has a huge appetite for runs, so I'm sure he's ready and keen to go. He looks to be moving freely.
So what's going to give here, Leighton? This last 2 or 3 overs, only conceding 2 or 3 runs, and the Aussies still building that partnership. We've seen that pressure lead to wickets so far in this innings.
I think the Australian scoring option here is mid-wicket or down the ground. They'll be waiting for Wiley to either over pitch or give them some deliveries backward of the length, and if they can hop onto that shortly and access those areas, that's where the value is at the moment. We've got a fielder on the square leg boundary and one at third man and one at fine leg. So Peter Connell is happy to keep the ring up and ask the Australians to hit over. Let's see if they take that on.
So Luke Jackson, who's come in at 5, didn't quite realise how good his stats were. Apologies, Luke. He's averaging 146 in this tournament. He's had 3 innings, 2 of them were not out. Highest of 108. So that's pretty handy. Oh, there's a big swing at that one. That's Greg Hunt there.
There you see it, Jim. He's come down the track, and I think he's tried to access that vacant mid-wicket boundary. So good to see the intent from the Australians. Just a little sign that they're looking to find that boundary ball.
Yeah, they can't just let New Zealand bowl at them all day long, because the Kiwi bowlers won't dish up a bunch of bad deliveries. The Aussies are going to have to make something happen, and you've identified a couple of ways that they can do that. Looks like Greg Hunt may have spotted the same opportunities.
And I think now that they've had an over from Nick Smith, they've got to look down the ground at him too.
You've got to take advantage of those full tosses. They let him away with one in the previous over. This time just hit gently out to James Marshall at extra cover. Goes down the ground this time. Good positive shot from Luke Jackson. It was a half volley, but he had the positive intent to hit it through the vacant mid-off area out to the boundary for 4. Good shot.
Yeah, lovely shot. Let's have a look at this on the pitch vision replay. Nice and full. He's shuffled down the track, put his hands through the ball. Lovely shot, and you could sort of sense it was coming. They need to look for these boundary options. So good intent from the Australians here, and more runs. Good cricket. Boundary then single. Some quality batsmanship there from the Australian number 9.
Oh, that one kept really low. He's got that slingy sidearm action that I mentioned, and on a low wicket it's just going to keep a little bit lower sometimes. No height. In the Over-40s World Cup last year, which was also in Cape Town, we saw teams like Sri Lanka and India and Pakistan have success with bowlers like this, the more sidearm spinners, as opposed to your traditional high spinners action I guess we're more used to in New Zealand.
Yeah, interesting about Nick Smith. He said he doesn't like watching himself bowl on camera. Talking to him last night, I think he wants to get that back leg through, or he doesn't like where he's coming from, like you're saying there, Jim. Close that out, come back in that over after getting taken down the ground, and then for 1. But interesting to see that low bounce.
Someone else you might know, Leighton, Danielle Collins says hi from Berlin, Leighton. Does that name ring a bell for you?
Oh, it does. Danielle, hello to you. And Nick, who are on their OE all around Europe. I've been keeping tabs on them closely. Looks like they're having a fantastic trip, even though it's freezing over there. Watching some cricket, that looks close, and he's decided to shoulder arms to a straight one. And the X Factor, Jerem Wiley, takes the wicket.
Yep, just as Luke Jackson was looking positive, he's played a shot that I guess you wouldn't say is so positive. Shouldering arms, as you say, that one might have jagged back a little bit.
Here we go, let's have a look at the replay here. Has he showed him the outswing of the ball before? Second ball of the over. Oh, you can't do that.
I think that's poor judgment. It was pitched on off stump. Didn't look like it was doing too much. Maybe height? How did the height look to you there, Leighton?
Yeah, if anything height, but I think maybe a touch back off the strings as well, but whether the first ball swung away and he thought that Jerem was going to... Here we go.
Another look at it.
Looking for movement back off the strings. Yeah, it's come back a touch. It has come back a touch, so I'll give that to the batsman.
Yeah, I think if the height was okay, I'd say the line was pretty good in terms of the umpire's decision, but definitely not a ball to leave given the initial line. Anyway, Jackson goes, and Jerem Wiley, the man they call X because he makes things happen, he's made something else happen. He's made Australia lose their 4th wicket. Luke Jackson bowled Wiley for 10 off 22 deliveries, and we've now got the left-handed Richie Wild coming to the crease with an old-fashioned white wide-brimmed hat. If you just look at Richie, it looks a little bit like the 1980s, doesn't it? The old World Series cricket.
Oh, I love a bit of an old school.
Canary yellow.
Looks great. Got a bit of a Shane Warne feel about it. We love it. Right on the money.
He's off the mark. He's going to get 4. Somehow he's squeezed that down to the boundary at third man into the Vita 24 advertising hoarding off the boundary with a 4. By the way, Vita 24, quite a delicious drop, Leighton. I'm halfway through a lychee Vita 24 that was full and on-off stump. He had to hit it.
He's done well to get that for 4. That's a good ball.
Richie Wild was on the Spirit of Cricket last night with Anthony Telfer, or a couple of days ago, saying he's been a little bit short of runs himself. At one point he had more wickets than runs, but he is in the side as an all-rounder, coming in at 6 today, and quite keen to get a few under his belt today. Wiley going very full to him. So all 5 of the Australian top 5 getting double figures, none passing 18. The scores 18, 10, 15, 14 and 10. One of them 15 not out, so he's got a chance.
Ooh.
Nice delivery, beaten outside the off stump. Pretty good over from Wiley.
Got a replay of that last ball. Be interesting to see if this actually goes away from him. Oh yes it does. Look at that seamage. Oh, was that cutter? He's covered his off stump nicely, but good bowling from Wiley. Successful over. Yes, you'll have to think Greg Hunt is the key now to building this Australian innings. He's got to start 15 off 32, 1 boundary. He's got a good feel for conditions. Now he'll want to cash in for sure.
That's right. All of the Aussies getting in and getting out so far.
Smith to continue.
Still, the Aussies have got to 80, and we're halfway through this innings. If they can double that with a little bit more, somehow get to 180 or even 200, I think they'll be pretty happy with that. Give themselves something to bowl at. They do have an excellent bowling attack, particularly the seamers.
Yeah, my 220 is looking a long way off now.
They'd need to go at 6 and over to reach that. Actually, hang on, 140 divided by 20, and 7 and over to reach that. So maybe 200 more of a realistic target, but it doesn't look easy for batting. That's through the gap. There's no one out at the boundary at cover. It's a chase for Greg Johnson, I think that is, who flicks it back nicely to Scott Mara. Ooh, and they race back. Richie Wild puts the big dive in to make sure he's got himself home.
Good running. The Aussie supporters are appreciative of that. Good running. Comes back for 3, puts the dive in. Australian supporters on the balcony. Big applause. Good shot through the ring. A little bit slow in the outfield down there. I thought that would have been away. Whether he didn't get the connection he had hoped, but I thought it would be 4, but just sort of slowed up a touch.
Australia did play on this ground 2 or 3 days ago against England. It's New Zealand's first match on this ground, although they did train at the training wickets here. Makes it into a full toss. This one, Hunt. Hits it out to Adam Hastelow. So, would you think that the pitch out here in the middle is similar to the practice wickets over there, Leighton? They were a bit slow and low.
Yeah, very similar. Very similar indeed. Oh, good piece of fielding. There is a sweeper, but he's more around at point, so if that had snuck through, that might have threatened the boundary. Greg Johnson.
Richie Wild is the sort of batsman who can play inventive shots. He does like to play the reverse sweep, the scoop, the ramp, those sort of things. Whether he has the opportunity to pull those out during this innings, or if indeed that's the sort of pitch where you'd be playing those sort of shots, remains to be seen. Very similar to score in the other semi-final between South Africa and England. South Africa 88 for 4. India struggling against Zimbabwe, 63 for 7 they are. Wayne, our production manager, he's happy because he's a Zimbabwean.
He's very happy. Fist pumping down on the boundary, we love it. Doing a great job here, the Pitch Vision team, bringing you these fantastic pictures.
Yeah, how good's the coverage this year, eh? All the different angles and the replays, loving it.
Turned off the hip, Wiley into his 5th over.
Nice comment for you, Leighton. Let's go New Zealand and the Otorahanga Raptors. Loving this commentary, Leighton Parsons. I think that commenter might be a bit biased. It's Fiona Parsons.
Very biased. That's my lovely wife, holding the fort. Holding the fort as I'm away. I must say how much I appreciate her and the job she's doing with the kids while I'm over here. Doing a great job. I miss them all tremendously, so awesome to see that comment. Good ball, Wiley.
I'm pretty sure my girlfriend's not tuned in. She's not a cricket fan at all, but it's fine. Great to see Fiona and all the folks back in New Zealand staying up late. What's the time there? 10:50 in the PM on a Tuesday night.
Yes, it's been a lot of late nights. Just having a look at our district's crew staying up through the night as well. Certainly Grant Comerford. He's been doing it tough, and he got an 8 on the weekend for Stratford, including a hat-trick, Jim. Premier Cricket. The district's opening bowler, you remember?
Yeah, I know Grant. Yeah, good stuff.
Well done, Grant. Superb spell.
86 for 4 after 26 overs. So that means 19 to go now. I'll just quickly go through the batsmen out, Leighton. Cos Beadle was the first to go. Caught Bo Dench, bowled Paddy Sullivan for 18. Jeff Hemming, LBW to Adam Hastelow for 10. Justin Poole was LBW to Hastelow for 14. Luke Jackson, the last to go, LBW to Jerem Wiley for 10. So 3 LBs today. Greg Hunt is 18 not out. Richie Wild, 7 not out.
This district's Grizzlies pair of Nick Smith and Jerem Wiley doing a great job here. If you have a look at the economy rates, Nick Smith is 3.16, Jerem Wiley 2.6, doing superb. Alright team, it's been a fantastic time over here, but I've just had the shoulder tap to put some gear on, so it looks like Paddy or somebody is down, and I'll see you out in the field, Jim.
Thank you, Leighton Parsons. Great shift from you, mate. Go off and do something great now. As it's another full toss from Smith, which is slammed away to the cover sweeper. And no sooner am I abandoned by Leighton Parsons than I'm joined by New Zealand leg spinner Farhan Mirza. So another Kiwi slips into the commentary attack as we see Greg Hunt go big over mid-wicket onto the practice nets for 6 runs. That's going to take some retrieval because you've got to get through a security gate to get into that other part of the field, so we could be in for a little bit of a delay. Oh no, the gate is open, so that's good news. Gives us an opportunity to welcome Fizz. Now you've got to speak right up to the microphone, mate.
Sure.
How are you, mate?
I'm good. Thank you, Jimmy. Good, thank you.
That was a loose delivery from Smith, which Greg Hunt slammed away. He got full contact, and somewhat reminiscent of a safari, this wild hunt partnership is starting to develop. You went on a safari the other day, Fizz. Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, it was great. We managed to see 4 out of the big 5. New Zealand well in control here, I believe. The partnership's starting to begin, but overall, I think the skip will be pretty happy with where we are at the moment. Pretty good opening bowling partnership as well, which has always been good to see. It's a bit of a funny pitch, so. Oh yeah, that's good.
Oh, it's going to be... No, I thought there was going to be an overthrow. So yes, the Aussie partnership here is starting to develop. It's up to just 18, so early days, but you just get the feeling there's a little bit of momentum, especially with that big 6 in the last over. That's the first one of the day. There's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boundaries as well. And a confident off drive from Greg Hunt. So he's the first batsman to get into the 20s for the Aussies. 26 he is.
Yeah, definitely a bit of intent coming through now, which has been a bit lacking in the first few overs of the game. Jim, what has been your read of the pitch so far in terms of how it's been playing?
It definitely looks slow and low. Looks hard to get timing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, really, not a lot of bounce, and even the bad balls, well, the short ones.
Yeah,
it's been hard to whack away. Is that the same reading as the Kiwi players over there in the enclosure where you've been?
Yeah, definitely. I think the conversation is around the lengths. I think this is a ground where both the length and line is going to be really important because of the short square boundaries. There was a close call there. I think Bose missed that ball.
Good cricket. There was good running from the Aussies. They ran hard, and it was also a very good throw in from the boundary from Adam Hastelow. The keeper whipped off the bails. I'm not sure he did so cleanly. But Greg Hunt was safely back for 2. So another good bit of running from the Aussies, just looking a little more assertive now, as you see from that crisp drive into the covers.
This is a very neat little setup here, Jim. You've got the close-up happening, you've got the score running. It's actually a really good spot you've got here.
Yeah, it's excellent. We've got a bit of shade as well.
Yeah.
The production and scorers and cameras from Pitch Vision have been fantastic in this tournament.
It has been. There's been a lot of really positive reviews for Pitch Vision, and the team that's been doing all the coverage. So great work, team. Well done. As Nick Smith back into the attack. Be interesting to see if he pulls his length back a little bit, considering they've been quite aggressive, the Aussies.
Does, but it's too short and it's too wide, and it's paddled around the corner easily into the boundary for 4 by excuse me, by Richie Wild. So Nick Smith, he did go a bit full in the previous over and maybe overcompensating a little bit. You'll see coming over the wicket, and he dragged it down, and that angle made it pretty easy for Richie Wild to just help it on its trajectory.
Great bowling. Good spots. Yeah, Nick Smith is a class act. He knows exactly how to bowl in these situations. He's got the support of the team as well as the captain. I fully back him to pick the right length. Oh, it's a 100 up for Australia.
Yep.
Loss of 4 wickets.
And they'll add one more to that as it's hammered out to square leg. Have you got anything funny to say, Fizz? Selena Dench has said, "Where's the jokes? It's getting a bit boring." She obviously didn't hear my great safari pun in the previous over.
It's getting a bit boring. That's not because of lack of trying. I think the Aussies are definitely trying to make the game a little bit lively. But I can tell you what, as Kiwis, we're very happy with boring cricket. We will take that over exciting batting any day. Oh, well bowled.
Australia have got their run rate up to 3.7 now. It was languishing below 3 for a while, but some good slight upping of the tempo by the Aussies in the last 3 or 4 overs. The ball starting to hit the middle of the bat, and you just feel they're getting into this game a bit more after being very watchful.
Tell you what's been really interesting is the way the wind has changed in the middle, because when we first came onto the field this morning, it was blowing in a completely different direction, and it's changed again.
Okay.
Which will make it really hard if the ball goes up in the air.
So can you describe those changes to us, Fizz, as we see Ben Rapson coming into the attack while he sets his field? Which way was it blowing as we look at the screen?
I am absolutely terrible at directions. I can't tell you whether it was an easterly or a northerly.
No, that's fine.
But it was going across. It was going across from where the practice pitches are, and coming towards us. And now it's sort of almost gone the other way around. When we were doing our fielding trainings, in the middle of the training, the wind changed, and I think it'll be really interesting if the ball does go up in the air. We found the pink ball really hard to catch. I think most teams have, because one of the things we've picked up in South Africa, there doesn't seem to be any clouds here, so it doesn't really give you any sense of depth of perception at all, which makes it a little bit harder to pick up that pink ball.
Yep. You can see the flags blowing above the Terry Eckstein Oval scoreboard as the clock ticks over to midday, just past midday. So the two very similar looking flags of Australia and New Zealand. Someone needs to change their flag, I reckon. I voted in favour of change a few years ago. We had a referendum on flags in New Zealand. Anyway, here's Ben Rapson, change in the bowling.
Oh, great change-up.
This will be an interesting phase. I think Ben Rapson's going to bowl well on this wicket. He's a tall man, bowls with a high action, and he bowls flat, and he puts a bit on the ball, doesn't he, Fizz?
Yeah, absolutely. And he's been bowling really well too. He took 3 wickets against the UAE, and prior to that he took 3 wickets against South Africa as well. So he's really in the groove. I was basically keeping to him early in the warm-ups, and he's looking really good. So I'd definitely back Ben Rapson to hopefully get us a few scalps along the way.
Not showing any signs of that dislocated finger that happened 2 days ago. A return fired in at him, sent his ring finger on his right hand at right angles. Had to be yanked back into place by Simon Murphy.
Oh.
The medic at the ground didn't want a bar of it. So Simon Murphy said, "I'll do it." Did the relocation, and Ben Rapson able to bowl again. Oh, good bounce and a bit of turn there.
He does give it a really good rip, old Ben Rapson. So it'll be interesting to see the lines that he chooses, because I reckon he's going to get a lot of purchase out of this pitch.
He's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Richie Wild. Beats Wild, nice length, and Wild just poking at that one to take the players to drinks. 30 overs are down, 108 for 4 is the Australian score. That's 3.6 an over, so when we come back in about 5 minutes we'll see what sort of total the Aussies can set up for New Zealand to chase in this semi-final of the IMC Over-40s World Cup. After drinks, and interesting change in the bowling at the far end. Hardeep Singh is going to come on. He bowls off spin generally, doesn't he? But sometimes some sort of slow medium pace. He's a little bit unpredictable, as he is in pretty much every aspect of his life. He does bowl wicket to wicket, and he can be quite hard to get away, so on a slow low wicket like this he might be reasonably effective trying to counter the Australian push for runs in this last 15 overs.
Yeah, Hardeep is a man of many talents. Currently the leading run scorer, and he's also taken quite a few wickets. Funny enough, in the most recent IPT, he was the man of the series back-to-back. Jim, is that correct?
That's right, both of New Zealand's national tournaments, he's been the MVP. Been the top run scorer in both of those tournaments, and he's the top run scorer in this tournament.
Right, and the most recent national IPTs, Auckland won both Division 1 and 2. So just put a little shout out to the team who are listening in, I'm sure.
Which team do you play for, Fizz?
I play for the Auckland Division 1 team, although I was originally selected for Division 2, in which we were unbeaten. So shout out to both the teams out there listening in.
Yep, getting a little bit late in New Zealand. It's 11 o'clock. So do stay with us. If you're able to put in a big one tonight, I think you'll be rewarded. And of course, welcome to all our, and welcome back to all our Australian viewers. Just because there's a couple of Kiwis in commentary doesn't mean we've forgotten about you guys. Love our Trans-Tasman friends. Try to keep things as neutral as we can. Hopefully my mate Tom Robertson's watching in Sydney, and maybe Steve Kish. Plenty of Aussie friends over there.
Great little spot there from Hardeep. He's on the money from ball 1. And he's found the right length for this pitch, I believe. Just short of a good length. Taking the pace away.
Yeah, good start for Hardeep. Just those 2 runs off his first over. 7 bowlers used by New Zealand captain Peter Connell. 3 of them taking wickets. Paddy Sullivan has 1 for 26 from 8. Adam Hastelow has taken 2 for 25. Been a bit expensive though. Going at 6 1/4. And Jerem Wiley 1 for 18 from 6.
As we're heading into the final phase here, Jim, what is your expectation in terms from an Australian batting perspective? What sort of score do you think they'll be happy with from here?
I think they'll be looking to get up to around 200. That was the same score as we saw in both innings of the last match that was played here. It seems to be fairly standard. Probably 180 to 200. They'll feel they have a chance.
Yes,
So
definitely will need to be a lot of intent coming through in the next 13.5 overs to try and score another 90 runs.
That's right. You're good at maths. What would that be, about 6.5, 7
Yeah.
and over?
Just about 6. 6 and a bit, yeah.
Ben Rapson won't make that easy. He's going to bowl tight and straight, I reckon. Oh, that's a good delivery.
That's a great little ball. Yeah.
Catches the outside edge. It's going to concede runs, 4 of them. That did not
Yes.
deserve to be hit for 4. But
Unfortunately, that's the life of a spinner, Jim. That's the life of a spinner.
that's right. There is a slip, and that ball, it was along the ground pretty much, just showing how low this wicket is. That edge going virtually into the ground gave the keeper and slip no chance. Richie Wild gets another boundary. He's into the 20s. He's scored at a good clip in the context of this game.
Yeah, Ben Rapson bowling his office will be going across the left-hander. Beautifully bowled on the front foot, ball popping just a little bit. Great length.
Richie Wild's highest score in this tournament before this match was 23, which I think might have been in the match against England, the last match that or second but last match that Australia played. I'll have to check that. He's averaging 14 before this innings.
Oh, great little delivery, inside edge onto the pads. Could have easily hit the stumps. Unlucky for Ben Repson, completes a really good over.
Actually, that 23 came against Zimbabwe. His scores before that were 3, 0 not out and 0. So coming into a little bit of form just at the right time is Richie Wild. Richie was one of the players who came to New Zealand last year, one of about 5 members of this Australian team who were part of the first ever Over-40s international series. Another one who played in that series, Hardeep Singh, who will continue from the far end. We still haven't named that end. I'll maybe ask the local pitch vision folks to come up with a name.
Would that be the practice wicket end? Great spots from Hardeep again.
In fact, I might give Geisha the honour of naming the far end. What would you call that end, Geisha? You can have a moment or two to think about it.
I'll say the vision end.
The what?
The vision end.
Vision end.
And then you call this the pitch end.
Okay, showing some good brand loyalty. Geisha's called one end the pitch end and one end the vision end. Right on message. It's a bit shorter, punched into extra cover.
Hardeep's really good at doing this. He'll just come in, bowl the exact same balls over and over again, just gets it to ball, drop it right at his feet. And that's exactly what the captain needs from him.
Yep, for such an entertaining batter, he can be a pretty boring bowler. But that's exactly what New Zealand will be expecting from him right now.
Same again. Great dot ball in the context of the game. Australia keen to push the scoring up at this stage, and Hardeep's doing his best to hold them back. So it's a great little contest going on here. And that's a great over from Hardeep.
It was, and the fielding from New Zealand has been very good today. We saw one catch go down by Ben Repson in the slips, but that was a very difficult chance. Ground fielding has been excellent. They've put pressure on the Australian batsmen, who in turn have tried to put pressure back on the fielders. And this is the best partnership of the innings so far. 24 plus 14 is 38 they've scored. Richie Wild and Greg Hunt taking the score from 76 for 4 up to 114 for 4, and just giving Australia a bit of a platform for these last 12 overs. What can they get up to? Goes reverse. Almost a switch hit. I did mention that he does like those sort of shots. It's missed everything, and it's going to go for 2 byes. So the keeper put off a little bit as well.
Yeah, with rapper bowling, the off spin, really risky shot that, especially if you miss it, will be Richard Wild's leg stump. You could have easily spun back into him and hit leg stump there. He tries it again.
He does. Now, is that a switch or is it a reverse?
That's like a switch hit for me.
Okay,
Because he's turned the entire body and is trying to play right-handed really at this point.
right, and correct me if I'm wrong, when he plays a switch, then his offside becomes his leg side, so if a ball goes down what would be his left-handed leg side, it won't be a wide.
That is
right?
correct, yes.
Okay.
The wides are pretty much taken out of the equation as soon as you start switching. Oh, that's got him. That's got to be close.
Ooh,
Ooh.
The umpire doesn't agree with Farhan Mirza.
No bias there at all.
He was actually playing a bit better right-handed than left-handed. When he goes back left-handed, he gets hit on the pads. Let's have a look at it here. Oh, not a bad shout.
Oh, that hit him just below the knee roll. pretty close call.
And he is getting a tiny bit of turn, so that one would have straightened. So we're trying our best to be neutral here. Goes right-handed again,
yeah.
gets hold of that one beautifully. So maybe you should just play right-handed. Because
Yeah, that was actually a really good shot all along the ground. No risk involved at all. So beautifully played in the end.
yeah, excellent demonstration of the reverse switch sweep. Do you call it a switch sweep?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think we can call it that. And a really brave shot as well, considering he just had a very close leg before, shot the ball before. For him to play the exact same shot again means that he's backing his skills, which is fantastic to see.
Yeah, he is a confident player, Richie Wild, with everything he does. We'll see him with the ball later. Ooh, and
That
again,
was-
the left-handed shot not proving so effective. Goes for a left-handed sweep shot that time. Maybe a bit high, that ball.
Yeah, that felt a little bit uppish. So a good decision by the umpire.
But it's a good contest between Rapson and Wild. Let's see what's going to happen this time. Which way is Wild going to bat?
And the guy at square leg being sent all the way back to the boundary.
That's right, there's a cover, long off, long on, back as well, and a mid-wicket. Those are the men out. Wild goes down the track, hits it back to the bowler who fires it back at the striker's end, hits the batsman on the glove, and it deflects down to fine leg, but they decline a run in the best traditions of cricket, spirit of the game, etc.
Yes, and we saw Ben Rapson raise his hand straight away as a throw was meant to go to the keeper.
All of the matches in this tournament played in great spirit. Would you agree, Fizz? You've been involved in a few.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's none of the games have been easy. Everyone's playing to win, but at the same time, I think the spirit has come through really clearly. There's been a lot of passion on the ground, but at the same time, you can't really fault any team for wanting to win, but doing it in the right way is the main way. So it's actually been quite an entertaining tournament to be a part of, meeting a lot of new people from very different parts of the world that you normally wouldn't.
That one's found the gap. Scotty Mara racing in to keep it to 1, does that. So this partnership developing well for Australia is exactly what they need. They've fought back from a very quiet start. I don't know if conditions are getting easier or if they're just playing with a bit more positivity, the Aussies. Richie Wild gives himself some room and slams it up to long off for one more. He's up to 26 now. Greg Hunt, 33.
Yeah, with just about 10 overs to go, with 6 wickets in hand, you'd expect the Aussies to come hard at the bowling to make a game out of this.
Partnership between these two up to 46. So that's a good effort.
And once again, Hardeep Singh bowling really tight lines and length, trying to really limit the run scoring opportunities there. And that's been played down to long off, straight to Nick Smith, who brings it back to the bowler.
All of the Australian batsmen today reaching double figures, all of the 6 that we've seen so far. Greg Hunt top scoring so far with 33. Richie Wild catching up to him on 26. He's on strike now. Down the track, and he's hit it firmly up towards long on, where good sprawling attempt by the fielder won't stop the boundary. So great positive play from Richie Wild. Gets a warm round of applause from the Australian enclosure. It brings up the 50 partnership, and Australia starting to make batting look a little bit easier, Fizz.
Yeah, definitely. I think the intent has been made clear after the drinks especially, and I expect these two to keep going and try to score as many runs as they can. This is the semi-finals. The partnership is now past 50, and definitely the biggest partnership of the game. Hardeep Singh has still been doing a pretty good job, to be fair. Apart from that one boundary, that was a really good shot. He's been on the money every ball pretty much.
Very similar score in the other semi-final again. South Africa 128 for 5 after 31 overs. Just about every batsman getting into double figures there. Brandon Buckley top scoring with 42. And Wayne, you'll be pleased to know Zimbabwe have India 106 for 8. So a bit of a fight back from India. That's in the lower placed playoffs.
Ben Rapson back in the attack, continuing on. Great line and length outside the off stump. Greg Hunt thought about it, but then decided to let it go straight back to the keeper.
Good full length from Rapson right on the pads of Hunt, who tried to swing it away, couldn't make a connection. It's a short-ish boundary out there towards the pavilion.
Great spot from Ben Rapson, just out the off stump. And Greg Hunt hits the ball down to Paddy Sullivan at long off for a single.
Both of these bowlers bowling in partnerships. We heard Leighton Parsons talking about that earlier today. Rapson and Singh both going at 3 and over. 3 overs each. So best part of 10 overs to go now. Australia up to 129. They could still be looking for that 200 if this partnership can continue and the following batsmen can continue in that vein. Nice positive shot to mid-on. James Marshall has a shy at the stumps.
In the context of the game, I don't think the Kiwis are going to be upset with the Aussies taking singles at this point of the game. Any overs that we can stop a boundary from being bowled is a win in our books. So be happy with giving away singles at this stage. And of course, dot balls are gold. So
there's another one to end Ben Rapson's 4th over. He has none for 12 now. And shouts of encouragement among the New Zealand fielders, recognising that this is a crucial stage now, the last 9 overs. They've built a good partnership, these two, Wild and Hunt. You see on your screen now, just parting ways. They've got 9 overs left, looking to get up towards that 200 mark. I wonder if the pitch will change at all in terms of how easy it is for batting, Fizz. What's your take from far away?
Today is a hot day, and I haven't seen a lot of cracking. Every time I've run onto the pitch to deliver some drinks, I haven't seen the pitch crack as much as I thought it would at the beginning of the day. So I would venture that it's actually going to get easier to bat on as the day goes on. A few might keep a bit low, but will probably not be a minefield. And just as I've praised Hardeep Singh for being on the money every ball, he's just bowled one down the leg side for a wide.
That one has kept low, you called it, and that one just burned a couple of worms on the way through to keep a dench. Very low.
Yes.
Low again, only getting up around ankle height.
It's a very high risk shot, especially if the ball's keeping low, and Hardeep tends to fire the ball in to play it off here on the back foot. Try to play it past his man is a very risky shot.
Chance of a catch, takes it
he's given
easily.
it.
Yeah,
Yes.
just bunted it back, playing a soft drive. I hope that Greg Hunt's self-castigation didn't reach the effects microphone, or some of the children maybe hurried off to bed. But anyway, breakthrough. That 55-run partnership comes to an end. Hardeep Singh, the man who breaks the partnership. Greg Hunt tapping it back to him, caught and bowled. 5 wickets down now, Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah, Greg Hunt very disappointed with himself. He may have done some damage to that plastic chair over there. But partnership ends just as it was starting to flourish, and that means that number 34 for Australia comes to the wicket. That's Snape, Ryan Snape.
Ryan Snape. And that's a really big wicket in the context of the game. Greg Hunt was set, and I think he was looking to accelerate. So he's lost his wicket at a very untimely opportunity for Australia, and I'm sure the Kiwis are going to be quite happy with that outcome. That gets a new batsman in who now has to get the feel of the pitch and the speed of the game. So. Nick Horsley back on the field. He had stepped out to get some medical attention, and I think it's Ben Rapson that's coming off at the moment. No, he's not. I apologize. He's fielding at the sweeper cover boundary.
Yeah, Horsley looks a little bit ginger on his feet there, so we'll see whether he can bat with freedom later. He'll be an important member of the New Zealand lineup. Here's Snape facing Singh, who's off the mark straight away with a nicely timed on drive. So a lot resting on Richie Wild now. He would not want to get out because that would mean 2 batsmen coming to the crease for the last 7 or 8 overs.
Yeah. It's a crucial time for Australia. This is the point where they need to start accelerating, take some risks. But as you mentioned, Jim, you would not want a new batsman coming in over here, because that tends to mean either a wicket or them taking up some extra deliveries while trying to get the feel of the pitch.
Nice bit of fielding by James Marshall, making good ground to his left, preventing a run. Richie Wild, the man from South Australia, by way of Victoria, I believe. Initially from England, grew up in England, moved to Australia a few years ago, and has played a lot of cricket. I believe he played some county second 11 cricket. I forget which county it was for, but he does have some pedigree, and he's looked good today in making his way through to 32 from 41.
Yeah. A successful over from Hardeep comes to an end. He's got a wicket, and I think he only gave about 2 or 3 runs in this over. So a lot of very colorful comments in the YouTube's comment section there.
It's great to see everyone staying up late, both in Australia and New Zealand. Maybe maybe elsewhere in the world. That's a
Yes,
great delivery,
that's a great
catches the
delivery.
edge. Umpire says yes. Beautiful delivery from Ben Rapson. He gives the signature fist pump that had turn and bounce and caught the edge of Richie Wild. And just as we said that he needed to stay in, he's gotten out.
That's a really big wicket for the Kiwis. Ben Rapson's been bowling really well, and Richie's been playing on both sides of the wicket. So it's a good little context, and good to see Ben Rapson come up with a win.
Let's have a look at the replay. Tossed up outside off stump. A little bit more bounce than usual. Richie Wild poking at it, trying to push it into the offside. Maybe not with complete conviction. And just enough turn to take the edge into the safe hands of Bo Dench, who takes a very good catch. And good innings from Richie Wild. Took Australia back into contention. And now I'm interested to see Jamie Pinelli bat. Farhan, he's coming in at number 8 for Australia. He's played some really good innings for the Aussies in this tournament, and crucially he's scored his runs quickly. He's hit quite a few sixes, and he might be able to give Australia the impetus that they need at this stage of the innings.
Yeah, it'll be definitely interesting to see how many balls is he going to take before he starts taking some risks. Because I don't think this is an easy pitch to bat on, especially as a new batsman coming in.
And it's a bit of a dilemma for him because Australia need runs to set a good target, but now being 6 down with 8 overs to go, they have to make sure that they're not bowled out. As we look at that replay, see a really smart catch by Bo Dench, who's been excellent in this tournament. Back live, and Pinelli will get off the mark. More sharp fielding from New Zealand. They've not let the Aussies feel comfortable at all today, even with that 60 odd run partnership between Wild and Hunt. 2 new batsmen, Snape on 1, Pinelli on 1.
Great spot there from Ben Rapson. Batsman defending. No chance of scoring a run of that delivery.
So we've talked about the Aussie perspective, trying to strike that balance between run scoring and staying in. From a New Zealand perspective, they might be eyeing the opportunity to bowl Australia out here. 7 or 8 overs to go, 4 more wickets needed. If they can somehow get the Aussies out for 160, that would be huge. Shout for LBW coming round the wicket makes the angle a little bit difficult, but a straight ball is still a straight ball.
Yeah, Ben Rapson's going to be a bit of a handful here. I think with smaller boundaries, sometimes there tends to be this belief that it's easy to clear them, but a good length is a good let ball in any delivery.
Bit of good feedback for you here, Fizz, from SBSNZ. I'm not sure if you know that person, saying Fizz doing a great job in the comments box today.
Thank you, SBS NZ.
Friend of yours?
I have no idea what that is, but if they're saying good things about me, I'll take it.
Hey, hang on, Fizz. Put your phone away, mate. I see you giving yourself feedback there. You are SBSNZ. That's a bit cheeky. Okay. Hardeep Singh continuing. 4 overs. 1 for 12. He's been excellent. Just a part-timer for New Zealand. Onto that length again. He doesn't give the ball any air, does he? You don't see him.
No.
You don't see him flight the ball. Does he put much on it? Is he actually trying to bowl off spin?
He does. He does. He mixes it up quite a lot. So he'll bowl a little seamers. He'll bowl off spin. He mixes it up quite a lot. And
even a leggy. That looked like it might have been a leggy. Actually.
Correct. And he's got really fast hand action, which makes it really hard to try and read it. So most people tend to read him off the pitch.
He sometimes does a little pause before he bowls as well. I don't know if you've noticed that.
Absolutely. He's got a bag of tricks, Hardeep. He's played quite a few years of first-class cricket in India, where I'm sure he's picked up and honed a lot of these tricks.
Ooh, bit of a misfield from Nick Horsley, who is struggling a little bit. They take 2. Yes, we're going to see Hardeep's bag of tricks when he's batting. In fact, his bag of tricks is probably so big he needed to pay excess baggage on the way over here.
Well, funny you should say that, because he has brought 2 kit bags, one for his bats, because he's been carrying about 6 different bats, and every game that we've been playing, he meets somebody that he already knows, and he tends to give away a bat as a gift to that person. So.
Aussie run rate still 3.5. It's never got over 4 today, as far as I can recall. And with 6 overs left, that score of 200 looking further and further away for Australia.
That's a great end to the over from a New Zealand perspective. It's only given a few runs away now. 6 overs left for the innings. Australia 139 for 6. Got 2 new batsmen on the crease.
So as I mentioned, all of the top 7 reaching double figures for Australia, which indicates that it's relatively easy to stay in, to get in and stay in, but scoring quickly, not easy at all. The best strike rate among the Aussie batsmen is Justin Poole, who only scored 14 off 16. Most of the others hovering around the 40 to 50 strike rate, which is reflected in the overall run rate of 3.5.
It'll be really interesting to see when Australia press go, because there's only 6 overs left. They've got 4 wickets in hand. I'm not very familiar with the rest of who hasn't come to bat yet, but I suspect they can't really leave it much later than now to try and score some runs quickly.
They do have Stephen Baker, the wicketkeeper, who's a very energetic player, very industrious little fella, bats like a typical keeper. So he is still to come. Danny Batra, he can play some good unorthodox shots. So there is batting to come, and as I mentioned, Jamie Pinelli is a 6-hitter.
Right. So do you think this is the over in which they start teeing off?
Either this one or the next one.
Yeah. Oh, there was something of the bat there from the reaction of the Kiwis.
So Jamie Pinelli actually hasn't done too much in the World Cup proper, but he did play a really good innings against South Africa in the warm-up games. I think he hit 33, including 3 sixes to help win that game. Here's Snape on strike.
Really interesting tactic from Ben Rapson here, going round the wicket in a shortish boundary, bowling off spin to the right-hander. What do you think of that approach?
Well, it looks like he's trying to use the angle to his advantage, take that leg side short boundary not out of play, but less into play. That's where it goes, and Adam Hastelow comes around to prevent the boundary, not really timed by Snape, but the batsman targeting that shorter boundary. Would you say it's about 15 metres shorter on that side?
Definitely, and probably the first aggressive stroke we've seen in quite a few overs now, trying to target that short boundary on the leg side. And he's gone again. Same result, gone for a single. This will be a good little contest with Ben Rapson bowling round the wicket with his offies to the right-handers, who are no doubt going to be targeting that small boundary on the leg side, which is being patrolled by Hardeep and Adam Hastelow with Scotty Mara at long on.
All of those 3 fielders outside the circle, plus a long off and a cover sweeper also out.
Oh, it's
Great shot down the ground, bounces just inside the long off boundary. 4 runs for Ryan Snape. Very crisp clean shot, one of the first clean boundaries we've seen today. It was tossed up and he just hit straight through the line. Down to the boundary for 4. Good hit. Ooh, goes for a bit more of an agricultural shot this time. Beats the batsman and the keeper. And I think it's gone for 4 more. So that will be... I didn't quite catch the umpire's signal. Was it buys, that one?
He hasn't signalled
No
buys.
signal. Okay, so 4 runs off the bat. Consecutive boundaries for Ryan Snape. Australia getting a bit of impetus off that. The 40th over. Up to 150.
150 up for Australia at the end of the 40th over. Fair to say that the charge is truly on now. With 5 overs to go, I can see Peter Connell warming up. It'll be interesting to see if he continues with the spinners or does he bring the quickies back on again.
Or even Jerem Wiley, who has bowled at the death, is pretty good at bowling Yorkers. He might come back perhaps. It's going to be Hardeep to continue for now, bowling the 41st, but we may see a change here at the commentary end, or the pitch
end.
the pitch end, as,
Pitch end.
as Geisha has named it.
Yes.
Ryan Snape, 11 off 7.
He's made his intentions very clear.
Pinelli has a swing across the line, no contact.
Great take by Bo Dench, keeping quite low at this stage, on this end. Oh, that's an interesting call that. He's missed a full banger. The bowler and me reckons that's out.
Yeah, I think it might have just been angled down the leg side there, Fizz. We have to wait for the umpires to make their decisions.
Yes, that is true.
We're not giving batsmen out here.
I
Was a
wish
full
we were.
toss.
Yeah, well bowled again by Hardeep Singh. I don't think the Kiwis will be too upset by singles at this stage.
Chopped down right behind the keeper, and they'll pick up one more single. Tries a similar shot, misses it through to keeper Dench. So he's a hard bowler to drive, isn't he, Hardeep, especially on a wicket like this. So the Aussies playing him off the back foot, which is also risky.
Absolutely. And he makes it really hard because of the constant change that he does. Sometimes he'll just roll his fingers over the seam, sometimes he'll bowl traditional offies. We've even seen leggy in here. And that's a great over for Hardeep.
18 runs off his 6 overs, that's 3 and over for you mathematicians out there. And Australia 153 for 6. 4 overs left in this Australian innings. If they can score another 30 runs, that'll take them up to 180, which I think both teams will be fairly happy with. As I predicted, Jerem Wiley is coming back into the bowling attack from the commentary end. I'm sorry, I don't like pitch end, Geisha. I'm going to call it the commentary end. I'll let you have vision end at the far side. Jerem Wiley, he bowls a good Yorker, and he has bowled at the death previously in this tournament.
And he's deceptively quick. As somebody who's faced him in the nets, when you see him bowling, he ambles in, but then he's got quite a whippy action right at the end. And that's what's gotten quite a few batsmen out, because they don't expect the ball to come in as quickly as it does.
Yes, we saw Charles Groenewald from South Africa caught out that way, chopping the ball on, expecting Wiley to be slow medium.
So Jeremy Wiley, nickname X Factor in the team. We refer to him as X, and he's already shown us in this tournament why he's called the X Factor.
Yep, so the two number 23s having a go at each other now. 23 for Wiley, 23 for Pinelli.
Nobody on the ring in the ring on the league side.
Heave down the ground for one run. Scott Mara has been busy boy on the boundary today. He's got a role to do with the bat. We saw him play an excellent innings of 96 against South Africa a few days ago, rescuing New Zealand. But that's later. Hold him! So again, Wiley providing that X factor as he does, snatching a crucial wicket for New Zealand once again. That was Ryan Snape trying to give himself a tiny bit of room, I think, and hit through the offside. He missed, Wiley hit. Australia's 7th wicket goes down. Fizz.
Yeah, great spots there from Wiley. I'll be interested to see the replay to see how low that kept. That was my only concern when I saw that wicket. But outside of that, he's been on the spot every ball, so definitely deserved that wicket. He's been doing a really good job for the team.
Here's the replay coming up here. Snape on strike. Yeah, it looks like it might have swung in, kept very low. I'm not sure that's what beat him. He seemed to have missed it more on the line. It looks like it might have just tailed in a little bit, but it did keep low.
Definitely.
And this wicket is going to be a challenge to bat on for New Zealand. So if you're thinking this is a one-sided match, I don't think so at all. It's going to be a challenge for New Zealand. New batsman Danny Batra coming in at number 9 for Australia. He's another man who played in that series in Christchurch last year. He's a bit of an unorthodox batsman. Full again from Wiley, and Batra will start with a leg bye. But I've seen him hit some pretty good sixes, Danny Batra. He's a prolific player at grade level in Australia.
Oh, definitely had a go at that, Jamie Pinelli. It's good to see Australia showing some intent here. With just about 3 overs left in the innings, 3 wickets in hand. I think they realize they need to get as many runs as they can.
Won't get a run there as Jeremy Wiley puts the big boot down.
I think that was the slower ball for the back of the hand, which means we can fully expect a stinging Yorker coming anytime now as a bit of a change-up. Great comeback over from Jeremy Wiley. He's taken a wicket, not given too many runs.
He's actually been the most economical of all the New Zealand bowlers, apart from Peter Connell, sorry. Jeremy Wiley taking 2 for 19 from 7. That's an excellent effort. Peter Connell, none for 11 off his 6. Paddy Sullivan, 1 for 26 off 8. Adam Hastelow took 2 wickets, 2 crucial ones, a little bit expensive, but 2 for 25 for him. Nick Smith was a bit expensive, none for 26 from his 5, couldn't quite get his length right today. But Ben Rapson, 1 for 25 from 6, has been excellent, as has Hardeep Singh, 1 for 18 from his 6. Now his spell is over now, Hardeep, and he's going to be replaced by the captain, bringing himself back to bowl overs 43 and 45, presumably. It'll be interesting to see if the extra pace helps the Aussies. It's sort of accepted wisdom that you bowl your paces at the death, but you don't always have to.
Yeah, someone who bowls regularly at the death, I can tell you I agree with you 100%. Starts off with a slower delivery, which was swept around the corner.
He looked a little bit stiff, Connell, coming back for the second spell. He was excellent early on, none for 11 from his 6 overs. Had his line and his radar very well calibrated.
He did definitely led from the front, and I think he's given the team the best possible chance to succeed from the way that he bowled this morning. Just a single down to square leg.
Inventive shot, could take a wicket. I think if Nick Horsley had been able to run a bit more freely, he might have got to that. Batsman going down on one knee, hitting the ball aerially to backward square leg in the air. Well, that's what aerially means. But yeah, Nick Horsley not running freely at all. Just lumbered after that one. No chance of taking the catch.
And as it tends to happen in a cricket game, when you're not doing so well, the ball tends to follow you around.
Heave down the ground. No pace on that ball at all from Peter Connell. And they could have come back for 2 there, I thought, but good piece of fielding restricts it to 1.
A few teams have tried to take on James Marshall's arm, and they have lost each time. So I think it was a wise decision at the end.
Connell puts a little bit extra into that one, and it's short and wide, left alone by the batsman, wide called. So 6 off the first 4 legitimate deliveries in this comeback over for Peter Connell. Add 1 more to that. I wonder if they could have kept Hardeep on actually. He was bowling really well and he was proving so difficult to score off. Connell with his extra pace just might be what Australia want.
Looking to close out the over. It's been a pretty good one so far. Yes, and the Kiwis will be very happy with that.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of bowling spinners at the death in Masters cricket, Fizz, because you don't generally have the big hitters that you do at open age cricket, and if the spinners are bowling tightly, I don't think you have to worry so much about them being smashed in the last overs as you might in a regular match. You do see it a fair bit at over 50s level.
Yeah.
And I think there's something to be said for it.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think it's also the type of spinner that you have. In terms of the opportunities and what sort of opportunities they can create for you.
But it will be the 2 medium paces for New Zealand, bowling the last few overs. Jerem Wiley.
So 2 overs left, and Australia 164 for 7. What do you think will be a good score that they'll be happy with from here?
180 from here they'll be happy with.
180. Yeah, I think that's that would take some getting unless they can hit a few boundaries.
Whatever target they do set, it won't be easy for New Zealand. It's going to be a challenge. The Aussies have a very good bowling lineup. Spinners and seamers in particular. Hit down the ground.
Straight over the bowler's head. Hardeep running in, and he has kept us down to a single. Great fielding. That's tailed away. I think that caught Bo Dench at the end of the finger, and while he was looking to recover, they've sneaked in for a single there. Great match awareness from the Australians.
Jason Toy on the YouTube comments is, as we see another single, he said this has to be the weirdest pitch I've ever seen. It is a bit weird, but that's what a lot of the pitches are like here in Cape Town. It's not a million miles away from what we've seen at the other grounds. Probably different from an Australian or a Kiwi pitch, but that's cricket around the world.
I think what creates a bit of a mystery around this pitch especially is because it's surrounded by a fairly small ground. So automatically when you walk in, you assume you're going to be a high scoring game because the boundaries are fairly small compared to the other grounds that we've been at. But what we've seen already is that the pitch does help, and which is why in the previous game you've had low scores on this ground. So I agree with you, Jim. I don't think it's going to be an easy place to bat.
Good shot by Batra, playing one of those unorthodox angles that he's so good at, and he reaches the boundary. Just sort of, it wasn't really a leg glance, it was sort of a swat away on the leg side. Have a look on the replay here. Oops, no, we didn't get the replay. But he pierced the gap between short fine leg and deep backward square leg coming around.
Great spots again from Jerem. As we see the replay now. Oh yes, that was going down leg side, and the batsman just helped it on its way. 172, I think 180 is on the card here, Jim.
Yep, they got 8 off that over, and 8 off the last from Peter Connell, not beyond the realms of possibility. With Jamie Pinelli on strike, who's been described by Luke Clayton as South Australia's finest.
That's high praise coming from you, Luke.
Danny Batra from New South Wales, I'm pretty sure. Jamie Pinelli on strike to Peter Connell, keeper standing up. Down the leg side, swift work from the keeper. Whipping off the bails. Might have clipped something on the way through, wide not signalled.
I think they went between the stumps and the batsman, if I had to warrant a guess.
Ball is 2, batsmen want it, they don't get it though. Good bit of fielding from Nick Smith, the man they call Itch, from Mount Maunganui.
Nick Smith is an absolute demon on the field. He gives us all. In fact, today he's got this big scratch across his hip, and I had to go and put a bit of plaster on that. He gives it all on the field every day, so he's an absolute asset.
Big scratch for Itch.
Oh, a bit agricultural there.
He's in the action again, is Itch. He slings it in sidearm. It's been an excellent effort in the field by New Zealand, all pitch vagaries aside. All of the Australian top 8 reaching double figures, no one reaching 50. Highest score of 36 from Greg Hunt.
There's a change of pace delivery from Peter Connell. You could see him roll his fingers over the ball as he released it, which could be a good option for bowling on this pitch. 2 more deliveries, 175 for 7.
Hoisted away, but no power in it. Out to Scott Mara again. Just one.
There's been 4 singles in this over. Really good over from Peter Connell. He'll be looking to close us off with hopefully a dot ball or a wicket, whereas Australia, I'm sure, will be looking for a boundary. to bring some momentum back into the innings.
Here we go, last ball, Peter Connell to Jamie Pinelli. And as is fitting for this innings, the Aussies finish with a single, so they will finish with a total of, what does that say,
177.
177.
Yes.
Okay, so when we come back in about 45 minutes, that will be the target, +1 for New Zealand, 178. New Zealand will be very happy with their effort. A few low fives and fist bumps among the Kiwi fielders. The Aussies, I think they'll feel that they do have a target to defend on a pitch that is not easy for batting. So we are in for a contest. If you're still up in New Zealand or Australia, put the kettle on, maybe have a little bite to eat, and join us again in 45 minutes for this exciting run chase.
Thank you for having me, Jim. Been fantastic.
Cheers, Fizz. Good effort. And we're back here at the Terry Eckstein Oval at the Rondebosch Cricket Club for this second innings chase by New Zealand of 178 to beat Australia and proceed to the final of the IMC Over-40s World Cup. Australia conversely looking to defend that total, and it may sound like a low score, but the pitch is challenging, the Australian bowlers are good, so we could be in for a tight contest. And here with me to describe this second innings, my name's Jim Morrison by the way, is Leighton Parsons. Leighton, did you have a nice lunch break?
Absolutely, and as you correctly said, it's a challenging total on the surface. And it's going to be really intriguing to see how New Zealand go about getting this run chase underway with a quality bowling attack. From all accounts, this Australian bowling attack is a real strength of their game, so really interested to see how Hardeep Singh and Greg Johnson get about their work.
Those are the two New Zealand openers. Hardeep will take first strike, a former first-class player in India, and he's going to be facing the bowling of a former Sheffield Shield bowler in Andrew Downton, who I believe played for Tasmania at Sheffield Shield level. That's pretty good standard. Probably the strongest first-class cricket tournament in the world, the Sheffield Shield.
Yeah, and just watching him in the warm-up, Jim, strong fella, gets it through. Really interesting also, the other day we saw Hardeep lap one straight into his face that he's got no helmet on. You know, from experience, once I got hit in the head, after that it sort of made a decision to wear a helmet. Every innings after that, even facing spin, you can easily get a top edge into the face, and Hardeep's back in his eye of course, and we're on a low slow one, so it just shows his confidence.
He's got that turban to protect his skull and a pretty hefty beard to protect the rest of his face. But yep, gutsy stuff from Hardeep Singh, and he will face the first ball from the left armour, Andrew Downton. Off the mark straight away with a tickle round the corner. He's not going to be the sort of guy who's going to score at a 50% strike rate, whatever the pitch conditions. Hardeep Singh is going to score quickly, and he always says that his aim is to face 5 bowlers. That's his first aim at least.
Yeah, good positive start from Hardeep Singh. I don't think there was too much wrong with that first delivery, but it just goes to show that he can score off many balls.
Well, that tested the calf muscle of Hardeep Singh, which was strained the other day, or cramped at least. And Greg Johnson off the mark as well. Greg Johnson is a foil for Hardeep Singh, very different style of player. He'll look to play the anchor role. He's scored 2 centuries in this tournament so far, doing just that. So he's in good nick.
Yeah, and also a feature of Johnson's batting is the surfaces he's got hundreds on haven't been that easy to bat on, so he's prepared to do the work. And although his strike rate may start slow, he always catches up. So he'll be looking to do that again today and give New Zealand a good platform against this quality Australian bowling attack.
On the other side of the ledger, what do you think the Aussies will be looking to do? What will they have learned from the first innings in this match?
Yeah, I think they want to play to their strengths, and that's certainly grouping good quality bowling in good areas, hitting the top of off stump or just outside. Saw a bit of shape in that last ball, bit of swing down the leg side. And again, there's some shape out there. That one's not widened. One before was, so that must have been close to leg stump.
Well, the playing condition for this level of cricket is anything down the leg side is a wide. So either that has clipped something on the way through, or it's a mistake from the umpire. or he could have thought that Hardeep Singh moved across to off stump. I'm not sure he did that.
There's definitely some shape out there. Big left armour, hooping it back into Hardeep Singh. Australia will be happy that there's a bit of movement out there early doors.
This will be the biggest challenge for Hardeep Singh in this tournament so far. Big shout for LBW. Umpire gives it out. Hardeep standing around. He doesn't want to go. I think he's disappointed in himself as much as anything. Swing there. He gets a bit of a send-off from the Aussies. They're delighted. And so once again, in the matches against the top teams, Hardeep Singh not able to get underway. He scored 0 against South Africa. He's out for 1 against Australia. Australians cock a hoop.
Let's have a look at this ball again. Watch the shape, watch it start outside off and swing back in line with the stumps. Singh thinks that was maybe swinging down the leg side, but what do you think, Jim?
Well, I think as long as it pitched in line, I reckon it was going on to hit. Just a question of whether it pitched outside leg, the left armour coming over the wicket. But it's all academic really, because the umpire has raised the finger and Hardeep has come and gone. Leading run scorer in the tournament, on his way for just 1.
Yes, a huge wicket for Australia. It's exactly what they needed with those runs on the board, is to get an early wicket, and to grab the early wicket of Singh will really keep them positive about this.
Great start for Australia. End of first over, a wicket taking 1. Brings New Zealand number 3, James Marshall, to the crease. Big job for him today. Did the job against South Africa. But Australia, right through this tournament, have knocked the top off opposing teams. These 2 bowlers, Downton and Pinelli, have been fantastic for Australia. Probably the best opening partnership in the tournament. Jamie Pinelli right arm over from the commentary end.
Having a look at the Singh dismissal again. Just trying to see the line here.
I think that's out, Layden. Andrew Downton in this tournament has 5 wickets at 25. He and Pinelli have been a great opening bowling partnership for the Aussies, as I mentioned.
Nice tall approach to the crease. Nice fluid action. McGrath-like.
So Pinelli, he's been exceptional. 9 wickets he's taken for just 81 runs. It's an average of 9 per wicket. He's taken a 4-fer. He's gone at 3 and over. So more challenge for New Zealand. Beautifully driven though by Greg Johnson. That's a strength of his game. Out to the boundary for 4. He's in good form, and that's his signature shot, the extra cover drive, which he plays nicely.
Classy shot. Pinelli just over pitches here. A little bit of shape, helped on its way through the covers. Nice high elbow, 4 runs.
So there's a short cover in play now. That's Justin Poole, who collected that ball rather inelegantly, but maybe trying to get Johnson driving in the air. right through that area. Straight drive from Greg Johnson, can't beat Danny Batra at mid-off.
Yeah, good fielding. Bit slow to get up, bit of a hobble, but he's on his way, he'll shake that off. Yeah, and what that field is sort of telling me is that I want to invite Johnson to hit through there, and I really like the adjustment. He's gone straighter, hasn't tried to take on that short cover. He's come down the ground when Nelly's over pitched, but some good fielding to save any runs down the ground.
So Downton struck with the final delivery of his first over. He's going to start his second over to James Marshall, who has got starts in most of the games. Did get a duck against Sri Lanka, but he's looked very good throughout the tournament. Highest score of 78 against South Africa. What are the strengths of James Marshall's batting game, Leighton?
Well, the strength definitely has to be his mental side. He's always looking to dominate bowlers and not let them settle. So he'll know the areas, if Downton gets it wrong, he'll know the areas he's looking to score. And again, he'll back himself to hit those areas, but he's got to be careful here early in his innings because there is a bit of shape coming back into his pads. We've seen him drive well, we've seen him hook well. When the spin comes on, he can sweep. But with the early wicket and Hardeep seen back in the heart, just needs to make sure he gets himself set. Plenty of time.
Nice drive on the up from Marshall. Great to see everyone staying up and watching this game on YouTube. Our friend Paul Faltouz from earlier in the day, he's back. He's stirring a little bit again. Says, "Sing Crimea River," referring to Hardeep's reluctance to leave the field after being given out. Oh, catch goes down. How crucial is that going to be? Straight into the chest of Cos Beadle. James Marshall going for a kind of a half-hearted cut shot. Caught the edge and it was straight to Beadle. Went reverse cup. Let's have a look at this on the replay. Leighton, talk us through this.
Well, I just think Marshall thought there was a bit more width on offer there and wanted to make the most of it, but he's got the edge. And it just looked like Beadle was a little unbalanced because he's fallen over. Just didn't quite get a good look at it, but it shouldn't be taken. And for the Australians, let's hope that's not too costly.
Now, I haven't spent as much time in the slips as you have, Leighton, but sometimes those ones where the batsman plays a cut, it's more difficult to judge than when it's a genuine nick. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, and as you can see there, Marshall went at it quite hard too, so I would have got on quickly, but it was a lovely catchable height. You want it around the chest there. Here we have another look at this. Yeah, I think you definitely want that taken, but his body language there, falling backwards, you can tell that it's got on him quicker than he's anticipated. But you really want that taken, and could that be costly for the Australians? Let's wait and see.
Well, New Zealand would have been 7 for 2 if that catch had been held. Nice on drive from Greg Johnson. Fielded, but he's looking good on the drive this afternoon. He scored centuries against Wales and UAE. Made every post a winner. And that's a nice little late cut, I suppose, or a guide down to third man. Soft hands.
Yeah, he's turned a good ball into a run. The Australians creating chances early doors. Downton could have easily had two. He's impressed me with his shape, his energy through the crease. He looks like a handful on the surface.
Pinelli looks like he's going to just try and drop it on the length, ball after ball.
It certainly looks that way, doesn't it? Looks like he has good grouping, and if he is going to get it wrong, it's going to be fuller rather than shorter. Look at the field.
Looks to be playing it quite late. Greg Johnson waiting on it on a slow wicket. Probably a good way to play. Good call from James Marshall, instructing Greg Johnson to run through, and good positive running early on.
Yeah, and as a batsman, that just releases the pressure off you a little bit. You don't want to get stuck down that. You've got a good bowler bowling good lengths at you, and if you can just get off strike and keep turning it over, just releases the pressure a little bit, keeps it ticking over. Certainly been impressed by this opening pair. Good quality international bowling up the top. They work well together, they complement each other. You've got a left armour and a right armour. It's giving the Kiwi batsman something different to look at from both ends. Downton asking good questions every ball. Just threatening that front pad, looking for that LBW. Johnson looking to play him nice and straight.
Floats that one out wider, and Greg Johnson takes the bait, but he controls his drive. We saw Cos Beadle earlier playing a similar shot against Paddy Sullivan and being dismissed. Well, just as we were talking about the composure of Greg Johnson, he plays a weird sort of shot. It wasn't really a pull shot. It was almost trying to work it on the leg side, but it was very far outside off. Odd looking shot.
That's what the dots bring. Downton only going for 3 runs off the spell so far, so Johnson's looking for some sort of release.
There's a big gap on the leg side. I think that's what he was looking for. With Downton, his angle swinging across or angling across the right-hander, there is a big gap on the leg side, and I think Greg Johnson just trying to knock the ball into the leg side.
Another great set from the big fella. Two of his 3 overs, Downton, are maidens. Just going to show he is very hard to score off on the surface.
24 dots out of the 30 balls that have been bowled so far. Run scoring difficult out here, we knew it would be. Now I know it's easy in hindsight, Leighton, but I'd thought that one option might have been to hold Hardeep Singh back, bring him down a little bit lower in the order today. Shot from James Marshall, no run again. We saw him come in at number 5 or 6 against UAE and have the easier of the bowling. He is such a key part of the New Zealand lineup. Just wonder if there's some logic to maybe saving him a little bit. He does open a lot. Marshall down the wicket, still can't get it away. He's trying to be positive.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to put Pinelli off that length that he's sitting on. He's sitting on that handkerchief beautifully. And Marshall's just showing him that he can come at him. And I hope that he'll get him to move around a bit. Let's see what he does here. Oh, it's coming to us. There we go again. He walks at Pinelli, anticipates the length, puts his hands through the ball, and what a handsome on drive. 4 runs.
Now you wouldn't have seen that on camera, but it was a pretty handy piece of fielding from myself as well. Straight into the left mitt.
Here we go, Jim. Let's have a look. Oh,
There
tidy. Look at that.
Comfortable as you like. No dramas,
Get
mate.
yourself out in the field, mate. That's beautiful. Okay, Marshall showing his intent here. He's walked at Pinelli 3 balls in a row. He's not going to let him sit on this length. And that's what I talked about before. His mental game and all that experience. He knows that Pinelli can sit consistently and bowl that good line and length, but if he can upset him, that's what he'll do. Back to what you were talking about before, Jim, with Hardeep Singh either opening the innings or coming in at 5. Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it? Because when he opens, you expose him to the new ball when the ball is shaping around, and both times that he hasn't scored runs against the South Africans and against the Australians today, it has done a bit. Like today's ball was a beautiful swinger from Downton, and against South Africa, nibbled off the seam, had to play it top of off stump. So there is that argument, but at the same time, the longer he's out there batting, the better your score total is going to be, obviously. So it's a hard one to call, but it is a good thing to bring up.
It's maybe a bit of a defensive move, dropping him down the order, because he can do a lot of damage at the top. More runs for Marshall. He's punched that nicely past mid-on, and they'll take 2. So yeah, as I said, it's easy in hindsight to say, but it was something that crossed my mind in the first innings. I'm not sure who would have come up to open, probably Marshall. Anyway, 15 for 1, New Zealand.
Marshall footwork, comes at Downton, down the ground, good bit of fielding down in the deep. Oh, doesn't quite get there. Great effort in the Australian fielder, but Marshall is not happy to let these bowlers bowl at him. He's going to use his feet. Watch him come down again. Hands through the ball, holds his shape, doesn't try to overhit it.
Yeah, there's a bit of risk in this, but it's just shows the confidence that James Marshall has in his own skills. We saw this against South Africa. And then slammed away over point for 4. So the bowler adjusting, bowling short, giving Marshall some width, and he was ready for that, wasn't he? He was almost anticipating a short wide one. It looked like slammed over point. 4 more consecutive boundaries.
And that's what the footwork does the ball before. It makes the bowler do something different or go looking elsewhere. Is he thinking Marshall's coming at me again? He doesn't. He stays deep in his crease, gets the short wide one and puts it away. Beautiful shot. Good cricket.
Marshall beaten that time, so little points victory to the bowler. Marshall looking to cut again. Maybe didn't have the same width. And just hitting under it, or swinging under it, through to keeper Stephen Baker.
Yeah, well back from Downton there. Just bringing that width in, bringing the outside edge into play. Beadle there at first slip, ready.
Lofted again, chance of a catch. Will he get there? No, he's dropped it. I think it was a very difficult catch. It was very low. He had to run in and to his left. We'll see on the replay here. Mistimed shot from Marshall to mid-off. He sort of went to his right, to his left, and then just yorked himself a little bit. He might have scooped the hands under it initially, but then the catch, the ball goes to ground.
And he doesn't look in good shape here, does he? Hurt himself. Almost a magnificent effort. But yeah, you're right, Jim. Just yorked him at the end. And that's what a slow pitch can do. If you don't time it, you can miscue it. And Marshall going through with his strategy about playing straight down the ground. And it's just about his undoing here.
What do you reckon he's done? A knee, maybe when the knee hit the ground, or the way he's walking with that straight leg looks like it might be a hamstring or something. He did look pretty awkward in trying to take that catch. He went left and right, and
he's grabbing the left hammy look.
Yeah. Now who is that? Is that Justin Paul, the captain, or is it Luke Jackson? We'll have to wait until he turns around so we can identify him. It was a good effort to get there, I suppose, in the end. And again, Marshall living a little bit dangerously. It's been dropped in the slips, and if we count that one as a drop catch, then certainly hasn't been a completely comfortable innings from Marshall, but like you said, he's taking the attack to the bowlers. Luke Jackson it was.
There he is there, the Australian number 9, Jackson. Coming forward, trying to take that catch. Just tweak the hammy. Need to get the physio on that.
But I think Marshall's doing the right thing here. It's not not just about scoring runs, is it? It's about putting the bowlers off their length, as you said. So the fact that he's scoring fairly quickly is almost a bonus in this situation.
That's right, because having a look at these two quality Australian bowlers, they'll happily sit on a good length as long as you like. So you've got to do something to throw them off it. And it seems to be working so far for Marshall. Good single.
And this is what Greg Johnson has done right throughout the tournament, is he's looked to rotate the strike and get the other batsman to do the bulk of the run scoring, and he's just batted through the innings, scoring the occasional boundary mainly through the offside. But it's a crucial role in this New Zealand lineup, which does have a lot of dashes. You've always got to have an anchor. Hey, Leighton.
You certainly do. If you have someone set the foundation up and bat around, that's how you build big totals, and Johnson's been the man for that for New Zealand, batting long periods of time. He's going to need to concentrate hard with these two opening bowlers. Pinelli to resume.
Oh, that's gone aerial, just as we said how sensible he was. He's attempted to whack it straight, I think. He's got a really thick outside edge, which has gone safely in the end, over point. But gee whiz, batting doesn't look super easy out there.
It certainly doesn't. The nature of this pitch doesn't quite come on, but too paced. You can see him padding down there. I think was he trying to hit that over mid-on, and it's just skewed off the outside half of the bat. Luckily got over point. Johnson certainly having a look at that spot back of the length. He's not happy with it. But what Johnson is good at is If he does make an error, he'll just shake that off and go back to his work. Doesn't let it unsettle him. He's got a good cricket brain. Made the mistake, and then next ball straight back out of the middle of the bat, back to his composure. Pinelli looking in good rhythm. None for 13 off 3.3. How long do these two normally go in their front spells here, John?
I think they usually bowl about 6 or 7 each. I think Pinelli has bowled through a few times, Downton maybe not so much. Pinelli did bowl his 9 straight, I think, against England. Had them in a fair bit of trouble. They were about 50 for 4, the English, on this wicket 2 games ago. So he's a fit guy, Jamie Pinelli. He can bowl through.
Yeah, he looks good, Nick. Obviously does a lot of hard work.
And squirts away to point again.
A 2 and 4 dots so far on this over. How's he going to close this one out? Oh. And he's somehow managed to get that wide of first slip down to the 3rd man boundary for 4. Take 6 off the over. Let's have a look at again. Is this a good shot or is this a mistake, Jim?
No, I'm going to give him credit for this. I reckon he's tried to dab it. Maybe not as fine as he ended up dabbing it, but yeah, I think it was enough control in that to give him credit.
Yeah, second look at that, I have to agree. Good shot. 4 runs, takes 6 off the over.
No.
New Zealand, 33 for 1 if you're a Kiwi, 1 for 33 if you're an Aussie. We've got a change here, Jim.
Well, you were just talking about how long the 2 openers would go, and already we're seeing Downton out of the attack, and this will be Scott Jarvis coming in. He was another one who was in Christchurch last year, Scott Jarvis. Did fairly well in that series, and from memory I think he has taken a 4-fer in this tournament as well. Tall right arm medium pacer. Gets a bit of outswing, I believe. Let's see what he can do here.
Oh.
Well, that one looked to come in, didn't it? Okay, maybe outswing it to the left-hander.
Yeah, a little bit surprised Downton's come off. He's certainly looked threatening, and even though Marshall come at him in the last over, I thought there was a very good battle going on there. A drop catch, or it might be a bit harsh, the drop catch, but certainly if I was the skipper I'd probably given him 1 more at least. There's definitely some shake back.
Yeah, so it looks like he's going to swing it in. There's no slips, which would suggest that he's not bowling big outies.
This is what Johnson does. 26 balls for his 14 so far, just setting the big foundation. 2 boundaries in that.
Scott Jarvis has actually had a fantastic tournament. I hadn't noticed his bowling figures quite so much, but he's played 4 games. He's taken 3 in one, 3 in the next, 2 in the next, and 4 in the next. 12 wickets all up, at an average of 11. That would make him one of the leading wicket takers in the tournament.
It's very handy figures.
Took 3 for against USA, 3 for against Namibia, 2 for against England, and most recently 4 for 24 against Zimbabwe.
And probably the reason why the skipper's bringing them on so early, while there's a bit of shape on offer. Marshall not happy with the off stump here. Just doing some handiwork.
One of the YouTube commenters has told us that Andrew Downton took a 6 for on his Sheffield Shield debut, and also took a 5 for against India. So that's not easy.
No surprises there, Jim. He's from what I've seen today, a quality bowler. Plenty of energy through the crease, shape on offer, and puts it in a good area.
Marshall again taking a pace or two down the wicket. Again, just as much as anything to put the bowler off his stride, off his length. End of Scott Jarvis's first over. And score up to 36 from 9, that's 4 and over, which is pretty much exactly what they need. 45 times 4 is 180, and New Zealand need 178 to win this semi-final, which will put them into the final of the first ever IMC Over-40s World Cup. The other semi-final has followed the path of this one pretty closely. South Africa, they scored 224 for 9 in the end, so a bit of a comeback to get up to that total. And they've taken a wicket early on, that of Ben Fraser, and similar situation to this game. England 38 for 1, although they're going at a bit of a faster clip than New Zealand.
We've got a long on now, Jim. I wonder if that's to stop Marshall from walking down the wicket.
I don't think it'll stop him doing it. Might stop him hitting a boundary, but as I said, I don't think boundaries are his chief concern at the moment. Cuts
Shot.
Nicely out to the boundary for 4, waited really nicely on it, and then just enough timing and power in the shot. Didn't need a huge amount of power. Watch it on the replay.
Well,
Third of width.
Yeah, it wasn't that wide, was it, Jim?
No.
He's managed to lean back, free up the arms, and put it through point for a valuable 4 runs.
Bit of a flick of the wrist there. Well played. Australia will still feel they've got a pretty good chance against Marshall. He's played some nice shots, yes, but he's been dropped 1.5 times already. And he's always looking to score, Marshall, so I think the Aussies will feel that if they can just keep in those, I hate to say good areas because it's such a cliche, but put the ball in the right place, they'll have a chance, because Marshall will continue to go at them. He has nice technique, doesn't he, James Marshall? It's very, very easy to watch. Very New Zealand style technique, I reckon.
Yes, technically very sound, solid in defence, very compact, well balanced. Always a good transfer of momentum into the shot. He's on 22 off 27 balls. Johnson 15 off 28. New Zealand 40 for the loss of 1. And that's 10 overs done, Jim.
Yeah, so I think the further into this innings we go, with New Zealand just 1 down, they'll obviously feel much more comfortable at the crease. The run rate is fine, it's exactly what they need. That's the difference. We saw the Aussies making a very slow start, so they always felt like they had to kind of catch up with the run rate. New Zealand, I don't think, feel that way just yet. So from an Aussie point of view, they would like to get a wicket or 2 in the next block of 5 overs, I think, before drinks.
Some good fielding down there at mid-off to stop the single. That's what the Australian needs. Some good backing up of the bowlers, and a good example there.
I think a very key phase in this match will be once these 3 bowlers come out, who comes in next. There's Richie Wild and Ryan Snape to bowl some spin, maybe Danny Batra to bowl some medium pace, but I think the 3 bowlers we've seen so far are the main ones for Australia. And throughout this tournament they've scythed through the opposition batting lineups. This might be one of the best starts that an opposing team has got against them, interestingly enough, just 40 for 1 after 10. So how do their 3rd, 4th, 5th change bowlers bowl?
Yeah, and how different it could have been if that Marshall chance early in his innings was taken, now that he's on 22. I think he was on 1 at the time. He was actually 1 at the time when he was dropped at first slip.
Nice batting from Marshall, sorry Leighton, just dropping it at his feet.
He talks about that a lot. Turning good balls into ones. Another good over there from Jarvis, just 5 off his 2 so far, so settled start for him. Another tall Australian fast bowler.
Now we haven't talked much about the other games in progress today. Let's keep Wayne interested with the India versus Zimbabwe score. India 153 all out, Zimbabwe 38 for 2 after 10. It's a bit of a comeback from the Indians there. That's in one of the 4th, 5th type playoff areas. Canada 218 all out against Wales. They're 20 without, loss chasing. UAE 179 all out. Namibia 66 for 1. Whipped away by James Marshall. Took another pace down the wicket and saw the ball wasn't quite in the slot, so he just followed it and swung it away aerially through square leg for 4. You see on the replay here.
He actually walks across the off stump. He almost can anticipate that the ball's going to be around off stump line, so he's walked across the off stump to turn it into a ball on his pads, and he's whipped that away and picked up 4.
So not without risk again from James Marshall, but he's taken calculated risks and so far they've paid off. New Zealand really need that because they could have easily just blocked out these first 10 overs, but instead they've taken the attack back to Australia.
Good move from Australia here, now keeper up. I see Marshall walking at him, so let's bring the keeper up, try and keep him in the crease. So Pinelli can just sit on his length. Will Marshall take the risk and walk down the pitch again? Let's have a look.
No, he tucks it round the corner instead. Classy batting. Leg glance down to the boundary for 4.
And that's a 50 for the New Zealanders. Up in the 12th over, 11.3 gone. Marshall now 31 off 32 balls on a slow one. Look at this shot again. Keeper up now, so he's had to play from the crease, but I don't think he quite gets a line right. Straying on leg stump and put away. Fine leg up, of course. Marshall underway now.
Well, there isn't actually a fine leg, interestingly. There's a man at backwards square, but I wouldn't call him a fine leg, so there's no one really in that position, so all Marshall had to do was get a bit of bat on it, and he actually timed it nicely with a bit of whippage. But just good classy batting. Didn't have to manufacture anything.
Yeah, and that tells me also that Pinelli has the ability not to get too straight. He wants to sit on about 4th and 5th stump, just getting that one wrong earlier.
So New Zealand managing to pick up a boundary pretty much every over, or at least score it 4 and over. 50 off almost 12 overs. That's a bit over 4 per over. Nice drive. It doesn't beat the fielder extra cover. Desperation from, I think that might be Richie Wild. He's got the wide brim hat on.
Great fielding. Thrown himself around. Australia need that. This total, they need to be good in the field. Already seen a couple of chances, or maybe one chance and a half chance go down, so they need these fielders to bowl, back up these bowlers, and it's a classic example. It saved at least 3 there with a beautiful bit of fielding in the covers.
Yeah, that was Jeff Hemming actually, give him credit. Quite a fit, agile member of this side. That was also the 50 partnership. Oh no, sorry, they're on 48 is the partnership, so approaching a 50 partnership. Good delivery. That seamed back into James Marshall and hit him in the midsection.
It definitely looked like it come back quite sharply. Let's have a look.
Yeah.
It's definitely felt that one, although he's a tough character.
It's a nice controlled push into the leg side for 2. He's been in the wars a little bit in this tournament, James Marshall. He was about to walk off the field against South Africa when he hurt his calf or something, and then he was informed that runners are allowed in this tournament, so he took one, went on to score 78, recovered from that injury.
And was ironically run out now.
He was.
Another example of the slow wicket, the short wide one hard to put away. Again, another example of turning a dot ball into a single. The ring sitting deep. Good bowling from Jarvis again. He's going around about 2.8. And that is the 50 partnership. And to chase down this total, I reckon you need 2 good partnerships. Could this be one? Johnson on 16, Marshall 35. 51 the partnership. Turning down the single that time.
Yeah, so the Aussies were very excited early on, and rightfully so, taking a wicket in the first over. Hardeep Singh, the leading run scorer in the tournament, out for 1. And the Aussies very buoyant at that point. Still pretty optimistic, I think, but they've just had the wind taken out of their sails a little bit by this really good partnership by Johnson and Marshall. Quick single, just a tiny fumble by the fielder at mid-wicket. Just gave that extra split second for the batsman.
Nine runs off Jarvis's 3 overs, showing good control with his line and length, as has the other Australian bowlers.
So I think the feature of the New Zealand batting for me, Leighton, has just been it's been positive. There's been positive running, not looking to just block the ball. They've looked to get singles wherever possible. And also the inventiveness of James Marshall's batting, as you've mentioned a couple of times, trying to throw the bowlers off that normal line and length. So essentially not letting the fielders or batters or bowlers, get into a routine. And we're going to see some spin before drinks.
We've got something going on over here on the boundary with correct me if I'm wrong, Jim, have they got 13 fielders on, 12 fielders on? Is that what Captain Peter Connell's saying? Does that mean it's a no ball? I think they have. Do a quick count up for us.
Well, Connell was getting quite animated. He's standing there with his shirt off. He had the arms waving around.
Cricket's hard enough with 11 fielders, let alone 12, Jim. It is 12. Goodness me, I haven't seen this before.
No, we're going to give the Aussies the benefit of the doubt that it was completely unintentional.
Oh, of course it was, but goodness me, what a mistake to make.
So what happens here? Obviously they have to take one of them off, but do the umpires retrospectively award a no ball?
New Zealand captain Peter Connell was quite upset, wasn't he?
Yeah, I guess rightfully so. I mean, certainly nothing underhanded or underarmed, as we might say, from the Australians, but needs to be corrected. And it doesn't look like any penalty is going to be issued to the Australians for that, apart from having to field with just 11 players. Good spotting, good counting actually from whoever noticed that. I wonder how long it was the case for.
Yeah. Oh, that's just bizarre, isn't it? You know, here we are just watching the action and all of a sudden the New Zealand skipper's taking his shirt off and waving his arms around.
A la Saurav Ganguly. So the umpires are conferring here. They're having a word with Justin Poole, the Australian captain. Interestingly, the 12th fielder, whoever it was, remained on the field, so the Aussies were kind of caught red-handed. They couldn't deny it because there were blatantly 12 players on the field.
Yes, certainly getting that through some of the feedback on the socials was they definitely had 12 on, so obviously an honest mistake, but gosh.
Dave Boone reckons it should be a 5-run penalty. I'm not sure if it's that Dave Boone, international match referee, famous frequent flyer.
I don't even know if that kind of rules in the playing conditions.
Yeah.
We've got an offie on here, Jim.
Yes, this is Ryan Snape. So cricket resumes after that little controversial delay.
And interesting that he's chosen to bowl into the wind with the short boundary to the right-handers towards the clubhouse and towards us. We're in the hot seat here, Jim.
And he does toss it up by the looks of things. Yes, well, I've shown my fielding prowess already today, Leighton. It might be your chance later. But don't worry, if you can't get a hand to it, mate, I'll save you.
Snape obviously wanting a bit of dip with this wind, so that'll be the reason, I'm sure.
Driven crisply into the covers by Johnson.
Looks like there's a touch of turn on offer for Snape, the off spinner. He'll be wanting to make the most of this kind of a surface with a bit of variable, maybe getting one to stay a bit low. Definitely some LBWs and bolds on offer if he can get it right.
So just going quickly back to that controversy in the last over, it doesn't look like the Aussies have paid any penalty for that. I don't see any signal about penalty runs or no balls or anything, so they've just let it go and we're carrying on. maybe the common sense reaction.
Well, you'd think it'd at least be a no ball. I mean, when you get the wrong amount of fielders outside the ring, it's a no ball. So you'd think if you've got an extra fielder, it should be at least one no ball, but no. Play resumes.
Yeah, I think at club level you might let it go, but you know, this is a semi-final of a World Cup, and honest mistake or not, you can't have 12 players on the field. One over before drinks. New Zealand going at a bit over 4. If they can get to drinks for 60 odd for 1, that'll represent a good first stanza for them.
Jarvis continues downwind. The old phone app's telling me it's 31 degrees and sunny, but that 15 km/h wind makes it feel a bit cooler than that.
Yeah, it's a windy part of the world, Cape Town. We haven't had much wind the time we've been here, but it does blow a lot.
More evidence off the slow surface, not quite coming on. Johnson looking to cut, gets the inside half of the back through to the keeper.
Quick single up to mid-on. He'll have to go. Ooh. He does. Both of these batsmen play for Auckland in the IPT, which is Interprovincial Tournament. That's the New Zealand National Over-40s tournament, and Auckland won it this season.
I think we helped them out there, Jim, with the tie, didn't we?
We being districts in this case, it's one of the other teams. So the country split into 4 provinces or regions. And Auckland prevailing. They were helped a little bit by rain and a tie, as Leighton's just mentioned, but probably deserved winners. I think they were the best team. Oh, what's he done there? He's not let it go. Marshall had taken a couple of steps forward and to his right. And I'm not sure if Jarvis saw that or if he was going to pull out anyway, but he hung on to the ball.
Something the boys have talked about on these surfaces, and you won't be able to see it at home there, but they are on a little hill. It's to help the covers, we've told, with the water to drain off. So some of the bowlers have felt, and especially our spinners have felt, that at times you feel like you're going uphill before you stride, and you can just see it here, Jim. And that's on the other side as well. It's so the water can roll off the covers. So
that's right. It's called a tamber, I think is the word for it. Tambre, I believe, or camber.
Yeah, it takes a little bit for the fast bowlers to get used to. You feel like you're coming up a bit of a hill. Jarvis to continue. Good areas. And a big hello to Jimmy James Hall watching from England. The Yorkshireman, wonder who he's supporting today. Let us know in the YouTube comments. James Jimmy Hall. As we have drinks.
We do, 15 overs gone, and the word that I was searching for before is camber, C-A-M-B-E-R. A slightly convex or arched shape of a road or other horizontal surface. So you can use that one back home in Otorahanga.
Oh, will, mate.
Leighton.
Yes.
Point out the camber.
Tell you, we could have certainly used some camber wickets earlier in the season when we had a lot of rain and a lot of delayed starts because there's water hovering around pitches. But after the early strike from the Australians getting Hardeep out early, I just can't help but going back to the chance they've let down, Jim, of James Marshall getting dropped 1.5 times. Could have been a different setup going into this drinks break because he's been able to score quickly, almost 90 strike rate. Let's have a look. 83.72. So he's going at a fair clip as well, and this partnership is now established over 50 runs. So The old cliche, I'm not going to say it.
Yeah, 37 out of the 59 runs that New Zealand have scored have come from Marshall. And as good a job as Greg Johnson has done, 20 off 39, it's James Marshall that's given the impetus to the New Zealand innings and helped them up to almost 4 and over, which is pretty much exactly what they need from here on in. 119 from 30 overs, so they're going at just the right pace. Now, we were talking about the wind a little bit earlier with Farhan Mirza. It's changed direction a couple of times today. At the beginning of the game, it was blowing right into our faces here in the commentary position, and it's gone left and right. Looks like it's blowing from west to east, which is right to left, as you see on your screen there. There's the flags fluttering.
Isn't that a nice touch, the Australian and New Zealand flags up in the wind there? What a beautiful sight. As Snape, the off spinner, is continuing after drinks.
Oh, he's bowled him! Tossed up, and Greg Johnson hitting over that ball, so basically yorking himself, and the Aussies make that breakthrough that they desperately needed. Johnson will not anchor this innings through to the end. He's been bowled by Ryan Snape for 20 off 40 deliveries. New Zealand 59 for 2.
Now, did he play over top of this one, Jim, or did it turn and go through the gate? Either way, it was a flighted delivery. I'm just thinking there might have been a little bit of purchase here. Quite hard to tell from my angle, but
yeah, you could be right. It was definitely full. And Greg Johnson's done a job, not quite the job he would have liked. But
here we go. Here's the replay.
Replay of the flags.
Looking beautiful. Look at that. Isn't that magnificent?
Well, regardless, it's success for Australia, and that brings the left-handed Nick Horsley to the crease. He was struggling with a leg injury of some description earlier. Has he recovered? And how will he approach this innings? He's got a good technique. Strong down the ground.
Yeah, I'd say he's on 1.5 legs today for sure. Certainly not 100%. Trying to just shake it out now, as you can see. I think we'll see him be positive today. You're correct, he brings a solid technique, but also a lot of experience.
Really important breakthrough for Australia, that last one. Ryan Snape doing it for Australia.
And is that kind of dismissal one of the ones you blame on drinks? You know, the batters are going well, they've got a partnership going, then you have a break and just your concentration just dips for a second, you come back out and you're out first ball.
Maybe. Whoa, it goes positive straight away, almost a slog sweep, no real timing. Out to mid-wicket for 1.
And there's a good indication of the leg injury to Horsley there. Maybe a chance for 2 if you're running hard, but they just ambled through. Want to give this leg time to warm up. Marshall back on strike on 36. Make that 37. What's the top score of the day, Jim?
I think it's that 37
Yeah,
for James Marshall. Top Australian scorer was 36, Greg Hunt. Richie Wild 32.
So top score of the day. Goes to show how hard this wicket has been to bat on.
James Marshall on the paddle picks up one.
One thing he does do well is play the spin as well. He'll certainly see where the fielders are and look to manipulate the field to put them in places where he wants them. So he can open up his 4-ball.
In semi-final 2, that match again following a very similar pattern to this one. England 70 for 2 against South Africa. Ben Fraser and Simon Birtwhistle out.
Just lost the wicket, I hear, Jim, so 70 for 3 now.
Oh, are they? Okay. Haven't caught up there.
Oh, that could be tight.
Yeah, 70 for 3. Nick Compton, the man out for a duck.
It's in the air.
Chance. Oh, just to the right of Jamie Pinelli. It's going to go out to the boundary for 4. But again, James Marshall living a little bit dangerously. Clipped it off his toes in the air. Catchable height, but it was not really a catchable chance. It was probably 2 or 3 metres to the right of Pinelli.
That's right, Jim, and they say fortune favours the brave, and he's been brave today. He's taken a lot of risks, been dropped 1.5 times, but he's also the highest run scorer of the day. Currently on 42 or 46 balls. Is it the way to play on this pitch? Sometimes on these kind of surfaces, if you just knock it around and look to survive, you always feel that there's a ball with your name on it and you don't always feel like you're set, and that's certainly the feedback we got from the boys at lunch.
Well, most of the Aussies played very low risk cricket. I think the exception was Richie Wild, and he second top scored with 32. That's low risk, but beautifully played. Pulled out to the boundary for 4. Not hit with power, but there was control in that shot.
Yeah, got enough willow on that. That takes him to 46. Look at this shot here. Just a little push forward, then rocks back, swivels on that back hip, helps it in front of square leg for 4. Marshall 46.
Short again, hit on the other side now. 4 runs through backward point.
And that's 50.
And that's 50 for James Marshall. 3 consecutive boundaries, racing him up to 50. That's his second half century of the tournament, and extremely well batted by the former black cap, James Marshall.
Have a look at this shot again, Jim. This is really easy on the eye. He got a bit of width on offer here. He's leant back, freed up his arms, hit it behind point, raced away the boundary to pick up 50 in style.
Goes again, but a good piece of fielding stops that one getting through. So the Aussies trying hard. That's big Andrew Downton diving away to his right. So we saw a whip over mid-wicket, maybe the riskier of the 3, then a very controlled pull shot and a graceful cut. 4-4-4 takes Marshall up to 51 from 53.
He wanted a single there, but pretty sure Horsley's injured leg had other ideas.
Yep, the Horsley running a bit lame.
I think he did it on the boundary. Thinking back to that 50, we've seen shots all around the ground. We've seen Marshall advance down the track, hit over the top. We've seen him cut, we've seen him pull, we've seen him drive. Yes, he's given his chances, but he still remained positive.
New Zealand going at 4.4 now. They only need 3.6 from here. Horsley gets in the action, down the wickets, hits in the air, wide of mid-on, takes 2.
Bit of game sense from the Australian here. You should realise that Horsley is on 1.5 legs and be looking to put pressure on his end, even if they're not going to run him out. Just throwing the ball hard at his hand to make him stretch and really run hard. Just put him under pressure here.
They may not be aware of his injury to the same extent that we are, but a keen observer would notice that he isn't running completely freely.
Good cricket. Snape 1 for 10 off 2.3 overs. Big wicket of Johnson. Made 2 centuries in this tournament.
Full toss, swatted out to deep mid wicket for 1 more. Another positive shot from Nick Horsley. Out of the 7 or 8 balls that he's faced, he's attacked probably 5 or 6 of them. No run that time. Ends another Snape over. 1 for 11 he has off 3, that one being the wicket of Greg Johnson. And the 2 men out for New Zealand. Hardeep Singh in the first over for 1, and Greg Johnson last to go bowled Snape for 20.
Another change here, Jim.
Yeah, we do. This is going to be Richie Wild, so both of the Aussie off spinners coming into the attack now.
Wild was in Christchurch last year, wasn't he?
He was.
I think he got me out.
He may well have done. Yep, pretty similar bowler to Snape as far as I recall, maybe slightly flatter through the air. These Aussie 3rd and 4th change bowlers, as I mentioned, have such an important job to do because so far in this tournament their top 3 bowlers have done all the damage.
Look for Marshall to sweep here.
Ooh, goes for the reverse sweep, and the angle nearly took the ball onto the stumps there. Not sure how close it was. James Marshall eyeing up this gap on the offside. There's one fielder behind the wicket on the offside, and he does play the reverse sweep.
Goes again.
Which he does there. He's got it really fine. It's coming down towards us. It's going to have enough on it to trickle over the double rope. Stop just short of the sight screen. 4 runs. So not completely controlled, but I think you'd still give him the benefit of the doubt that he's
actually played that with the back of the bat.
Has he?
Yeah,
Okay.
he's actually played that with the back of the bat and wasn't afraid to go again after missing 2 before that. The reason he's playing that is he's got 3 fielders back straight.
Oh, and he's got him, has he? No, what? He was out of his crease. He came down the track. It was flatter from Wild. Went through to the keeper. Let's see if we can get a replay on this one. Perhaps the keeper fumbled the ball. Out of his crease. Oh, it bobbled up a little bit, and Baker was a little bit hasty maybe. He was trying to whip the ball onto the stumps quickly, and he got his hand onto the stumps, but he didn't have the ball in it.
Yeah, seen Marshall was out of his crease and went for the leg side stumping and just couldn't quite get the ball cleanly.
So James Marshall living by the sword and hasn't yet died by it, but he's had 2 or 3 opportunities. But I really like the way that he's approached this innings. He's just been really positive, taking chances, and fortune favours the brave, to use another metaphor.
It does, and he's striking at 96 on a slow wicket, still finding a way to score quickly. A real feature of his innings. There's opportunity to go down with the wind here. No, he sweeps. Marshall's quick again. I think they need to go to Horsley's end. Put him under pressure with the throw, make him run fast, make him test that leg.
Short and smashed away by Nick Horsley. Bounces just inside the boundary. No, it doesn't. It goes just over the boundary. 6 runs.
What a blow.
He's,
Gosh, he was onto this quickly, wasn't he, Jim? Look at this.
Yeah, I've seen him play that shot a couple of times in this tournament. He hits it well. He's quickly onto it. And he's a powerful bloke. Can hit a big ball. First 6 of the New Zealand innings. We saw 1 in Australia's. And this will be number 2. He's gone into the netting to the left of the side screen here. Made it into a full toss and hit it lustily for 6. Good shot, Layden.
Wow, Horsley's gone bang bang. Look at this, he gets the full one here. After rocking back on the back foot the ball before, he overcompensates, gives him a low full toss. And Horsley says, thank you, I'll have some of that. And I'll put that up into the netting for 6 more. He's back on his length now.
Long on's gone back.
I think Horsley will take one, he'll be happy to. Damage in the over's been done. He can look down the ground now and take the single and be happy to take it with no risk. Show some good batsmanship. Faster.
Just a couple of signs of frustration in the Australian body language in the last 2 or 3 balls, I've noticed. Fielder who did the backing up there just gesticulating slightly. So yeah, just wonder if the Aussies will be getting a little bit frustrated. 97 for 2 now. So New Zealand approaching 100. They've got their run rate up to well into the 4s. The run rate required just 3 1/4. So that's not really a problem now.
Oh gosh.
Little edge, no slip. It's going to come down to the boundary for 4 more. So that will add to the frustration. New Zealand playing good shots, getting 4s and 6s, and even when they get beaten, getting 4s.
I think he's done this on purpose, Jim. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think he's genuinely tried to nick that.
Wow, that's some good skill then. That is the 100 up for New Zealand. 101 for 2, so almost going at 5 and over now. Both of these batsmen scoring at strike rates over 100. Direct hit. Umpire says not out. Now this won't help the mood of the Aussies.
I think this is closer than it looks, you know, Jim. I think Marshall may have been a little bit guilty here of not stretching out on the single. Let's have a look. I think he's just a bit casual. Ooh.
I think he's just got home, but you're right. He wasn't going full tilt to make that single. And that ball just taking 1 bail off, nothing more. But probably the right decision by the umpire. Just though. Good bit of fielding.
I think he's getting a bit of advice from the fielder there, Marshall. Maybe some running tips. Would have been the second game in a row he's been run out. Last game obviously not entirely his own fault.
Actually, it was the game before, I think,
Oh,
Leighton against South Africa. He had a runner, and it was his runner who was run out.
I wonder if he'll persevere looking behind the wicket here.
This is the third time that New Zealand and Australia have met at this level. New Zealand won the series in Christchurch last year 2-0, one game abandoned. Oh. They do have a good rivalry at all levels, including over 50s cricket. They've met about 7 or 8 times there. New Zealand has a slight advantage.
Partnership now 45. Australia desperately need to break it.
Looks like the strike bowler Andrew Downton could be coming back into the attack. He's taken off the sunglasses.
And a change of ends for him, Jim.
Well, I think Justin Poole, recognising that Australia really need a breakthrough here. Things looking pretty comfortable for New Zealand in the last 4 or 5 overs, and Downton has been the best bowler. 4 overs, 1 for 15. None of the others have really looked like taking wickets. Ryan Snape does have one, but that was a bit out of against the run of play. Downton definitely the pick of the 5 used so far.
Yeah, and I think looking back at the other games, Australia have done really well at squeezing opposition, joining up a lot of dots. It creates mistakes, makes the batsmen try and force some runs or look to score in areas they perhaps shouldn't. But the New Zealand batsmen haven't allowed them to do that today. Marshall using his feet. We're going to get a good angle from this, Jim, and see if there's still some shape on offer for Downton, who was swinging the ball back beautifully to the right-hander early in his spell. Obviously took the big wicket of Singh. And it looks like we may have another wicket in the other game, Jim.
Come back to that in a moment. Cutaway. Oh, there is a man out there on the cover sweeper. Good shot. Yeah, that match you're referring to is the other semi-final, England versus Australia. Sorry, England versus South Africa. No, nothing's happened there recently. Or maybe Wayne's referring to the Zimbabwe versus India match. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So Wayne, our producer, is supposed to be twiddling the buttons on this game, but he's also watching the South Africa-England game on his phone. Multitasking. Oh, bowled him! Well, Downton comes back and does the trick. That one came in and took the leg stump of Nick Horsley. Good delivery. What's he done there, Leighton?
Well, when you need your fast bowler to come back and take you a wicket, Australia have thrown the ball to Downton and he's delivered the goods. Absolute beauty to get rid of Horsley. He was just trying to get this partnership established up around 50. As you can see on the replay, I think we can anticipate a bit of seam action. Yes, seam and straight through the gate, hitting the top of leg stump. Absolute beauty, and just when Australia needed it. Horsley goes, it brings in Scotty Mara, who's also in a bit of good form.
Well, you love that as a captain. Justin Poole pulling the strings on his attack, asking Downton to take him a wicket, and he does in his first over back. It was a 44-run partnership, but again, as we've seen throughout the day, batsmen getting in and getting out. Lots of 20, 30, 40-run partnerships, but no big ones. New Zealand had 56 for the second wicket and 46 for the third wicket. And now, if they can manage to winkle out a couple more, they'll be into the New Zealand middle lower order. More excitement among the producers here. Looks like England 87 for 5. Darren Stevens and Nick Compton both out for 11 runs between them. Yucko Castle has 3 for 34 in that match. Okay, and we have a close one here. New Zealand need 73 more runs at 3 and over. James Marshall still in. Scott Mara has joined him. Australia taken a wicket. They are back in this game. Scott Mara came in a tricky situation against South Africa and scored 96. What can he do today? He's nicely in behind the first one.
Well, what I can tell you about Scott Mara, Jim, is that he's a clever cricketer. He would have summed up the situation very well. He's had some good knocks in this tournament. He was superb against South Africa. Unlucky not to get 100. He'll know his role. He'll know his job here. Just tick it over for now. See you off Downton.
He's also quite a quick scorer. He hits boundaries. He's good straight. He's good through mid-wicket. Can play the off and cover drives pretty well. He's off the mark with a pleasant shot up to mid-on.
Yeah, nice bit of timing from Mara there to get off the mark. Just clips it off his legs beautifully. Front of mid-wicket for 1. Brings Marshall back on strike. He's on 64. Top scorer in this match. Geez, Downton would love to get Marshall out here.
Oh! Bit of an inside edge, thick inside edge. Safe enough, and again a little bit of lazy running from James Marshall. He would hate to get run out here, especially in circumstances like that.
Bit of friendly chat between those two as well after that. Wild looking to start his third over, bowling to Marshall. He's now on 65 of 64 balls, so going on a run a ball. Australia working really hard to make sure they've got their field right here. Long on, long off, deep square. As it stands for Marshall, there's a big gap at cow corner. No, cow corner's a little bit behind. Some good fielding there out at cover for Australia. Backing up his bowler nicely. Wow, none for 12 off 2.1. Spinning back towards Marshall, he's been able to dab that one away through towards third man. Brings Mara back on strike, who gets his first look at Wild. Field doesn't change despite the new batsman being on strike. So with four fielders back, plenty of opportunities for Mara here just to knock it around like that and take one. That's all his job is at the moment. Feed the strike to Marshall, who's scoring at a runner ball. If Mara can hang with Marshall here for 30, 40 balls, this will take the game away from Australia, who desperately need the big wicket of Marshall. Happy to turn that away on the leg side for one. Another good piece of fielding at mid-wicket. Australia still supporting their bowlers. That one stayed low. There's still the odd ball behaving a bit badly, that one getting about shin high. As we have another look at Downton's figures here. 2 wickets, 18 runs, 5 overs. Once again, showing his class.
How many overs do you think he'll get in this spell, Leighton? Obviously depends a little bit on how many wickets he takes.
Yeah, I think the situation is now he needs to just continue from this end. If he's Australia's strike weapon, they need to get another wicket or two, and from what we've seen today, he's the man to do it. He's creating opportunities, he shapes the ball, he gets a bit of nippage off the
Oh, is that out? No. The umpire got himself into good position and he's very quick with the wiggle of the head, but it was excellent fielding from the man who was very deep at mid-on. He was right on the circle and he did a little slingy sidearm throw, hit the stumps on direct hit, which we've seen a few times today from the Aussies. Look at that. So Marshall living dangerously with his running. He's stretching the quad out.
He's quick though, and I think he was just home there. Some good fielding.
So just over halfway through this New Zealand innings. Mara slams that one back past the bowler. Was that a catch?
He got a hand on that, mate. Would have been a tough one, but he's got a big pair of mitts, Downton. If he could have get a big bit of palm on that, it might have been able to stick, but it was whacked. We would have seen a magnificent grab if we did, but yes, it did take his thumb. Technically a drop catch, but I'm not putting that down as a chance. It was hit hard.
More assertive running and another direct hit.
Oh dear, Marshall looks like that quad has given him grief.
Well, if he does need a runner, it's a different injury to the one that he incurred the other day. Do you incur an injury? What do you do? Suffer?
Yeah, I think you suffer one, mate.
You suffer one, okay. I think he had a calf the other day, so if he does need a runner, he'll be entitled to one. But he's continuing now. He's up to 69. He's played 2 crucial innings in this tournament, both of his 50s coming against the top teams, South Africa and now Australia.
Gosh, it's slim pickings for runner, Jim, because I tell you what, Horsley's injured. Hardeep run him out the other day. Will he choose him?
No, I think Greg Johnson's the logical option there. Hardeep was a bit surprised that he was picked as runner.
He was. All of a sudden he had a limp.
I thought you would have.
Put my hand up. I was happy to do some running.
Full toss, but only hit away for one. Yeah, Marshall is struggling, and I think even though runners do have associated risks and complications, I wonder if it's not a bad idea to get one with the final coming up should New Zealand get through. Mara goes big over mid-wicket for 6 runs into the hedge next to the pool here at Rondebosch Cricket Club, and that will not please the Aussies. The strike bowler slammed away for a maximum.
Well, it's actually a good option with this strong breeze and short boundary. I'm actually surprised we haven't seen that area targeted a little bit more. Mara, like I said before, he's a thinking cricketer, so he would have weighed up the percentages about taking on that short boundary with the wind, no one back there. It's actually a good option. Good shooting, Scotty Mara. Well, the boys are coming around the boundary looking positive. 58 runs to win off 126 balls.
What to be positive about when Scotty Mara's digging deep and going big. Popping it over long on. Maximum.
Gosh, is that one getting stronger?
Yeah, the wind has picked up again, or at least it's turned around and is now rustling our marquee here. They'll pick up a leg bye, I think it is. No, a bye. The umpire signals a bye.
Bit of turn there for Wild.
Wild turn, would you say?
Lovely. Richard Wild into his 4th over.
Mara goes big again, this time over mid-wicket. 1 bounce, 2 bounces into the fence for 4. So Scott Mara showing what he can do, whacking it away with a bit of wrist. So he hit a 6 in the last over and now a 4. He's got that lovely little flick of the wrists, and one of his idiosyncrasies is that he keeps his head down after playing the shot. That one's gone straight. It'll take some chasing as well, some stopping. Oh, the fielder passes it to his teammate with the boot.
Great bit of footwork there, got the big size 12 down.
Scott Mara looking pretty fluent now. He took 2 or 3 balls to have a look. He's opened up recently. These 2 batsmen put on a big partnership against South Africa. 160 odd it was. Took New Zealand out of trouble at 23 for 3. Different scenario here today.
Yeah. How's the better? It's six though. It's been six.
I just had my ear to the ground there, Jim, and talking about a runner. And yes, Johnson is the likely candidate. Singh not favoured, Horsley injured. So Johnson will be asked to pad back up. And with that last single, it takes the required target to 50 more to win the semi-final for New Zealand against Australia.
Yeah, so from an Aussie perspective, they need wickets and they need them fairly quickly. Downton has come out of the attack, hit for 6 off his last ball, and Ryan Snape, the off spinner, back into the attack. And I think the Aussie bowling depth being exposed a little bit here late, and as I said, throughout the tournament they've had the luxury of their top 3 bowlers ripping through the opposition lineups. That hasn't happened today, and the 3rd and 4th change bowlers probably not quite as piercing, as penetrative, if you like, as the top 3 of Jarvis, Downton and Pinelli.
Mara's got a good power game. Don't be surprised if he looks down here again. Takes one.
And it does seem that Australia just have the 5 bowling options. I think Greg Hunt can bowl a bit of off spin. Danny Batra can bowl some medium pace. He batted down at 9 or 10, so I assume he's going to bowl.
Outside the line. Got that front board outside off stump, looking for that sweep, which means he can't be given out LBW. Marshall just checking where he is, making sure he got his technique right there, which he did. He's definitely hobbling. Have a look at that, John.
Yeah, I think the sensible move is to call for a runner. As I said, if New Zealand win this game, they've got a big one in 2 or 3 days' time.
Told you Mara will take that on, but he's gone.
Caught by Batra at long on. So Scotty Mara holes out. Is there another twist in this tale for the Aussies? Mara living by the sword and dying by it. He had hit a 6 over that area in the previous over. Didn't quite get enough elevation or power into that delivery, and well held by Danny Batra.
Yeah, and with the wind behind him in the short boundary, I knew it was an area he'd be looking to take on, and just didn't get enough of that one. Good catch out in the deep, safe hands.
Now we've got big Ben Rapson coming out to bat now, but after him we are sort of into the lower middle order. Bo Dench, handy batter, and then the others can all bat. Adam Hastelow, Nick Smith, but Jerem Wiley of course. But Ben Rapson probably the last remaining specialist batsman for New Zealand. So he's been in really good form. Played some contrasting innings in this tournament, but he's got an important job to do today here. He's averaging 52 in this tournament. He scored 2 half centuries. One was a recovery act against India, and the other one was a demolition act against Wales. 77 off 34. So which way will he play today? What's your prediction, Leighton Parsons?
Well, with the required rate only at 2.48, Rapson's got the benefit of being able to take his time to assess conditions. And quite often when he comes in, he needs to get a wriggle on, but not today. So what's required from him is just a sensible knock. Feed the strike to Marshall. He's really strong straight. He's got a beautiful drive. Holds his shape nicely. With mid on back, it's an easy single down the ground if he wants to take that. If Snape gets it wrong, he's got options to score square.
James Marshall is really the only batsman on either side to push on today. We've seen so many starts, even in the New Zealand side. All of the Aussies just about scored or reached double figures. All except Danny Batra batting down at number 9. But no one getting past 36. And in the New Zealand innings, apart from Hardeep who went early, We've seen Greg Johnson get 20, Nick Horsley get 18, Scott Myra get 17. Batsmen getting in and getting out. Only James Marshall, 71 from 76, really pushing on. Can you attribute that to anything, Leighton? Or
Yeah,
just a coincidence?
Oh no, I think it shows the nature of this wicket that you never really set on it. Never really feel in.
Tell you what, if Australia can get James Marshall out now, they will probably feel that they're a real good chance to win this game. Even though the run rate is negligible, having New Zealand 5 down, still needing 50 odd. Could be anyone's game, but if James Marshall survives or thrives, it's definitely advantage New Zealand.
And the runners out there, it is Johnson.
Right, so we've got that potentially confusing situation again of having a runner. All of these guys are old enough to remember when we used to have runners. All three, or any of the three batters can be run out. So the three of them need to work out who's calling, who's doing what.
And Jarvis coming back on into the attack. After 22 off his 5 overs. He'll be desperate for a wicket here and he'll want it pretty quickly.
Ooh, that kept
That
low.
stayed low. Marshall runs it down to third man.
Leighton, you'd remember the days of the runners. How did you used to work it out in terms of the calling?
Oh yeah, we're going back a while, but you're right, it is confusing. And I guess just like when you're batting, you've got to make sure communication is clear and loud and early. Try to cut down the hesitation time by getting an early call in.
It's interesting, when they did away with the runners, nobody seemed to mind. It didn't really make much difference at all. Wasn't a big loss.
Yeah, and I guess and I guess what that meant was if you hurt yourself and you couldn't have a runner, it just meant you could stand there and slog.
Yeah. You know, like if you're a bowler and you get injured, you don't get someone to run in to bowl for you. So I think it's better without runners. Oh, he's bowled him. That one is kept low and cut back in, and it's taken the off stump of Ben Rapson. He was a bit late jamming down on it, and the Aussies fighting back into this match now. That is that 5th wicket that we talked about. Ben Rapson out for a duck. Oof.
Well, if you're early in your innings, what you don't want is a ball to hit the strings and come back and hit the top of off pole. And that's exactly what that's done. It's a difficult one to play when you're new at the crease. Let's have a look at the pitch vision replay. Watch for this to come back and stay low. Oh, what a ball.
Yeah, certainly well bowled by Scott Jarvis, showing why he's Australia's leading wicket taker. 131 for 5 now in New Zealand, still needing 47 runs. Are we going to have a low scoring thriller? Both semi-finals, the chasing team 5 down. And Aussie not giving up. They never give up, whether it's over 40s, over 50s, or any level of cricket. They always fight, and that's what they're doing today. Even more resting on James Marshall's shoulders. Bo Dench is the new batsman, the New Zealand wicketkeeper. Nuggety player.
What a great ball from Jarvis. Just when his country needed something special, pulls out a beauty. Another one that stayed low. Well, seen a few demons in the pitch now, just when Australia need it. The replay coming up for you. Angled back off the strings, stayed low.
So Scott Jarvis just popping it in the same spot and waiting for the pitch to do something for him, which it's done in this over. Sneaking through the defences of Ben Rapson.
Bo Dench, the Aucklander, he'll look to be positive, don't you worry about that. Take a few sighters and look to get his stroke play underway.
Now, Scott Jarvis is stopped there. Has he lost his run-up, or has he given the batsman a bit of a warning? Backing up at the non-striker's end.
I think he had a good look at Johnson there.
Neither of these countries famous for mankads, and I don't think we've seen any in this tournament. Probably, I don't think he would have gone through with it.
No, he wouldn't. It was just more of a subtle, or not so subtle, gesture to, hey, make sure you stay there until I bowl it, mate.
So 47 more runs needed, which normally you'd say is not difficult, but this pitch is playing tricks. New Zealand are 5 down. James Marshall still at the crease. He's the key. Such an important stage of this match now, I think. The next 20 runs or so. 10 overs, 5-10 overs.
You're right, Jim, he certainly is the key at the stage, and if he gets 20, 25 more runs, New Zealand will get home. And Australia would desperately want to take his wicket as soon as possible.
The thing about having a runner is you actually have to do quite a lot of walking, don't you? You've got to go back and forth to square leg, and you still got to change ends. So it's not like you get to stand still. Bo Dench against the spinner Ryan Snape, who's taken 2 for 26 off 5, so he has actually been effective. It's a favoured shot of Bo Dench, the sweep and the slog sweep.
Yeah, and if you're good, he's off the mark. Just having a look there, the 3 batsmen, all Auckland boys, so I'm sure all the Auckland boys are full support of these 3 lads.
That's a lovely shot, cut away. It will be fielded by the fielder diving away, sprawling out on the cover boundary. 2 more to the total, and every run and double very important here. This match reminded me a little bit of that 2015 World Cup game between Australia and New Zealand. Do you remember the one at Eden Park? Low scoring thriller.
I was there, Jim.
Were you there? All right.
That was a great spectacle, wasn't it?
Now the umpire has made a bit of a mess of his positioning there. He's run out to the same side of the field where the runner was. I think he would have been better served going to the other side of the wickets. As it is, the bails didn't come off, so he didn't have a decision to make.
I'll tell you what, Jim, if that had hit, that would have been close.
Yeah, tricky for the umpires as well.
Yeah, back to that game, that World Cup thriller, New Zealand and Australia. It just goes to show it doesn't need to be a high-scoring game to be a good game, does it?
Mm-hmm. Kane Williamson sealed that game with a 6 into the sight screen. I wonder if James Marshall will do a Williamson today. Still got a few people staying up, watching the game. I imagine it's mainly Aussies. You still got some friends up watching the game, Leighton?
Yeah, Jay's still following along from New Zealand there. Keep the faith, Jay.
2:45 in the morning in New Zealand.
Yeah, she'll be at work tomorrow and stay up all night. She's been an absolute trooper. So a big shout out to you, Jay. Keep behind the boys. Who have we got online there, Jim?
Well, I haven't had many comments recently, but still got a good number of people tuning in. Around 150 of yous, so that's great. And it's about 1:45 in the morning in Australia, depending on which part of the country you're in. Big country, Australia.
Yeah, we've got Travis tuning in from Wollongong in Australia. Might be at work. I think he works crazy hours.
Scott Jarvis into over number 7 for him, 1 for 23.
Been a good fight back here from Australia this last little period. They've been able to put the brakes on, stop the momentum, stop the boundaries, and just create a little bit of pressure. A good little fight back here. As Jarvis has a look at his hammies there, are they tightening up? Maybe.
Yeah, the last 7 or so overs, Australia have taken 3 wickets for about 30 runs. Pegged New Zealand back, they were 105 for 2. And we're seeing James Marshall bat a little bit differently. Early on, he was intent on throwing the Aussie bowlers off their line and length, whereas now I think it's not so much about survival, but it's just about making sure that he's there at the end. The run rate required is not an issue, it's 2.5. That will take care of itself. He just needs to stay at the wicket.
Good feeling once again from the Australians. You get the feeling they're going to make New Zealand work hard for every single run. Just looking around at the energy levels in the field, they look buoyant. They look positive.
Now, interestingly, the electronic scoreboard has stopped working, so I don't know if we have a manual scoreboard for the players to refer to. Otherwise, they'll really have no idea what's required.
Pretty sure one of the managers have got it up on their phone, relaying that back to them. Yes, Travis just informs me he's listening or watching in from work. He'll be on night shift in Australia. Another good over from Jarvis there. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 23, going at 3.23. He's doing a good job for his country.
Yeah, he is. He's been the leading wicket taker for Australia, and their other leading wicket taker in the tournament. Coming back into the attack now, Jamie Panelli, South Australian.
Well, we've got the ring up on the leg side here, Jim, and the leg side is certainly where Dench is looking now, and it's a strength of his. If he sees that ring up and he gets any length whatsoever, he'll look to go across the line, which is hard to do on this wicket, so it brings with it a risk, but he will take it on.
Do you think so? Alright, well on it, they're putting someone back now, just as you said that. Maybe they heard us.
Cancel that. And mid-off is going back as well.
So 4 fielders back, which is the maximum allowable at this point of the innings. 1 over before drinks. At the drinks break, the Aussies will be allowed to put a 5th man back if they wish. Good player Bo Dench. He was still playing Premier Cricket in Auckland last season. He's dropped down the grades a little bit this year. He's moved to the Cornwall Cricket Club. I think he was at Ellerslie last year. Short and swatted away through the gap. That's going to go out for 4. Crucial runs for New Zealand. Straight pull from Bo Dench.
And that's that length I was talking about, Jim. We have got deep square back, but there's no one back at mid-wicket, although he's being told by the bowler to stay there now, as he will sense that that's the area that Dench is looking to score in, and it's a strength of his.
The good thing about being so far ahead of the run rate, like New Zealand are, is that they don't have to look for runs really. They can just take advantage of the bad balls, like Dench did earlier, and then just focus on keeping the good balls out.
There's that length, and he's got 4 more.
The 2 bad balls in the over from Pinelli, both a bit short, and Dench swinging that one away beautifully. So good batting from Bo Dench. Both of the bad balls being punished. 8 runs, and that's crucial at this stage.
That brings strength, but just looking at that ball on the replay, it did still stay low, so it is a little bit of a risk, but it's an area of strength for Dench, and he'll always go there, and fair play to him.
Yeah, he's quite a low batter. I don't mean that he's short, but he sort of has low hands, and both of those balls, even though they were low, he did seem like he was in control. Okay, so drinks. 30 overs gone. 144 for 5 New Zealand. They need 34 off the last 15. 5 wickets in hand. Sounds easy, but we don't know. It's been a real topsy-turvy game, this one. And when we come back in 2 or 3 minutes, we'll look forward to those last 15 overs, or whatever it takes.
Back after drinks, Marshall on strike. Jarvis to continue, keep stretching that hammy out, so it might be starting to get a bit tight. Marshall 75 off 84 balls.
I wonder if Marshall might have said to Dench, why don't you play a few shots, mate? I'm going to bat this right through. Do you think it's a possibility, or?
Well, what you see from Marshall is he can go at different gears. So he's certainly come back a gear to respect the situation. And yeah, he's happy to take one. I think he feels that he needs to be there at the end.
Absolutely.
The Rapson and Ma are gone. I think he's going to put it on his experienced shoulders to see this one right through if he can. Dench will be looking to the mid-wicket again. Jarvis doing a good job of keeping it in the front half. Anything short, back of, Dench will be onto it quickly. It's a strength of his. Jarvis wants to keep this full. Good bowling by the Australian.
Chance of a
It's
catch. Taken. Great catch. It was nicely hit by Bo Dench out to square leg, but a wonderful diving catch by Andrew Downton. The Aussies delighted. They're all tearing over to the far end of the boundary to congratulate him. 6 down now, New Zealand. And if Bo Dench's instructions were to play assertively, well, he's tried doing that, but he's fallen, and New Zealand lose their 6th wicket with 33 still needed.
Look at this, he was always going to go leg side, looking for any length. He's just got it too square, and that's actually a great catch, Jim. He's had to do a lot of hard work there, and the big fella has got himself into a good position, got his big mitts behind it, and taken a good clean catch, which brings Jerem Wiley to the crease.
Yes, it was nicely hit by Dench. Went quickly, and Andrew Downton didn't have to make a lot of ground, but he had to make it quickly. So Jerem Wiley, similar sort of situation. He is a hitter rather than a nerdler. So I wonder if Marshall will say, play positively, I'm going to stick around, try and get us close to this target. Another wicket for Jarvis in this tournament. Two in this innings. I think that takes him up to 14 in the World Cup overall, which would put him right among the leaders. And we're going to need, or New Zealand are going to need to see some of that X factor from Jerem Wiley.
Australian bench happy with that delivery, staying nice and low. Here's the wicket at Dench again, walking across. Look at this catch, good catch. The problem Australia have now that they've rolled the dice with their quicks is I think some of their bowlers are quite deep in their spells. Jarvis has now bowled 8, Nelly 7.
Well, and they've only used 5 bowlers, so that means that if the innings goes the distance, all 5 will have to bowl 9.
Here we go, there's a change.
This is Downton back in, so another positive change from Justin Poole, thinking that with the fall of that wicket and the new batsman in, now's the time to really push for a 7th and 8th wicket. He knows that Australia need to bowl New Zealand out to win this game. They're not going to restrict New Zealand. They need a wicket and they really need James Marshall, I think. So Justin Poole has recognised that and he's brought back his strike bowler. Andrew Downton, 2 for 28. You got Hardeep Singh early, you got Nick Horsley, both big wickets, important wickets, good wickets.
Yeah, I think it's a good move from the Australian skipper. And look, they've put Snake back here, so they're saying to Marshall, take one, we want to bowl at the new guy.
And he will get off strike. He's got faith in Jerem Wiley. Leighton, you've played a fair bit with Jerem. Where are his scoring areas?
Yes, that's right, Jim. Play for the Otahanga Raptors together and the Seddon Cricket Club, as well as the district's Grizzlies, so we're actually in 4 teams together. And what I can say about Jerem is he's a big power man. He can hit the ball a long way. Is that going to be good on this pitch? We'll see. What I have seen over the last few months is his ability to finish games, finish innings. A couple of good 50s in there, match-winning 50s. Doing this kind of role, so he's a clever man, but it's getting the balance right here on this hard surface to bat on when to play his shots and when to turn the strike over.
Downton coming round the wicket to Wiley. So he's certainly not bowling with the same pace that he was in the warm-up game to this tournament, where he played against South Africa. Understandable, not maybe at peak physical fitness, but he's played enough cricket to bowl smart now.
And also feeling the breeze on my face, he's bowling into the wind, coming back for another spell, so yeah, ball's a bit older.
And rapid pace, maybe not the biggest priority at the moment for the Aussie bowlers on this wicket.
Well, I think a lot of pace on the ball on this kind of surface too. You can angle the bat around and easy to pick up ones. If you're asking the batsman to hit it, it's almost harder on the surface.
The Australian fielding has been excellent today. Maybe the biggest blemish, that slip catch early on, Hamish Marshall being dropped by Cos Beadle, but apart from that, they've been aggressive in the field. They've hit the stumps quite a few times.
Wiley's got that away fine. Looked to be pretty high.
They didn't run very hard there. I thought they could have pushed a bit harder for a second.
Yes, and I just had my eye on Marshall, who was standing out there.
Yeah.
He was certainly trying to get these two running harder. That's taken it on the 30 now. It's 29-1. That's better running.
So the field is back for Marshall, which means there's basically a single every ball if he wants it, and he's good enough to manipulate the ball around. So he'll retain the strike.
That's the 150 up for New Zealand. 6 wickets down in the 32nd over.
And that's a bit of a dilemma for the Aussies. Do they use the 5 men that they're allowed to put back on the boundary, protect those big shots, and maybe allow the New Zealanders to just work their way slowly to this target? Or do they bring a few more guys in and say, New Zealand, if you're good enough to hit over the top on this tricky wicket, good luck to you? What would you be doing if you were the Aussie skipper now, Leighton?
I think you have to go for the throat. Now that it's under 30, 4 wickets in hand, I think you tell the bowler, I'm going to give you 2 fielders out for your protection, where would you like them? And I'd like you to bowl here, and on this surface I think you've got to attack the stumps. Get a bit of variable bounce off the surface, bring the bowl, bring the LBW into play.
Nicely clipped off his toes. One more, they'll think about 2, but it's fired back in by Danny Batcher from the boundary. Just one.
Good fielding from the Australians again. Been tidy out in the field.
Hello to Shane Harris, who says on YouTube, I'm still watching from the office. Kiwi living in Cape Town. Played with Bo at junior level at Papatoetoe Cricket Club. Been great to catch up after 30 years. So hello to you, Shane. Glad to see you tuning in. And Alison Wilcott, which is Bo's mum.
Oh.
She's still up. Very good game, she says.
Well, that stayed low on Wiley. He's handled it nicely, and I can see Roscoe Fenton there as well. Well, he'll be almost up, ready to milk the cows. What's the time in New Zealand, Jim? 3 o'clock?
Yep.
He's got a couple more hours and then he's got to go milk the cows. Another example on how the surface is really tough. It was width on offer. Wiley struggling to judge the low bounce, hard to cut. We've also got Daz here saying Marshall has to bat all the way.
I'm a bit worried about the comment before that. CH Chan says, my bet lost 50,000 rupees, it might be. You're not allowed to bet on these games, Mr. Chand. I'm sure that's a joke.
Let's hope it's a bet with his mate.
Yeah.
Wiley uses the smasher bats. I've picked up a couple of them myself, and I've actually got one. Big, heavy. Oh boy, when he hits them, they stay hit. I'm going to Craig McMillan using them for a while, so I'm sure he will want to get one out of the middle of those very shortly.
Well, he's been content to show off his defence so far. Maybe just waiting for the one that's in the slot, or perhaps he's just playing it sensibly, following instructions perhaps from James Marshall. Has he got a good defence generally?
Yes, but what will be challenging for him is his temperament, because he's a man who naturally likes to be very aggressive, but he'll respect the situation, I'm sure. Oh, he's
Finger
given up.
goes up, pad bat. That's a big call from the umpire to pick that it hit the pad before the bat. Jerem Wiley is waving his bat around a little bit, which you're not supposed to do. So maybe he feels it was bat pad.
Have a look at Johnson as well. He can't believe the decision.
Nevertheless, the wicket has been taken. The decision has been made. There's no turning that one around. Jerem Wiley, LBW to Scott Jarvis for 2. New Zealand lose 7th wicket. Are we going to have another low-scoring thriller, Leighton? 27 runs required, 3 wickets left. Let's have a look. Not really possible to tell from that angle.
Oh, you can just tell.
There was definitely bat involved, I'm pretty sure, I could hear it. Just a case of which one came first, the pad or the bat. So the Aussies never saying die. Jarvis picks up wicket number 3. He's bowled out now, 3 for 25. Andrew Downton has 2 overs left. He's going to continue from the commentary end. Jamie Pinelli has 2 overs left. And then there's just the 2 spinners, Snape and Wild. $12 overs left altogether if either side need them. Adam Hastelow is the new batsman. Scored the winning runs against South Africa, but only needed 1 when he came in. So much now resting on James Marshall. 81 not out. He came in the first over. Rode his luck early on. He's played beautifully since then. Continuing to take the singles on offer. The Aussies will be quite happy with that.
Yeah, it's that fine balance. When there's still 3 wickets in hand, New Zealand showing they're happy to take 1 and put the trust in the new batsman Hastelow. .26 runs required.
Batsmen to come for New Zealand, Nick Smith and Peter Connell. Both decent batters, but definitely in the side for their bowling. New Zealand do bat right down. Downton still coming around the wicket to the right-hander, angling into the stumps.
Yeah, he wants to keep all modes of dismissal on offer and coming around the wicket. Means the bolds, the LBWs are all in play. If he was left arm over, possibilities pitching outside the line.
Ooh, they won't take a run there. Tiny misfield from Jeff Hemming, but batsman deciding that discretion is the better part of valour. Hastelow remains on strike. 26 runs, 71 balls, that's academic. It's all about wickets. And there's a shout for LBW, wickets! Finger goes up, the Aussies grab another one. Adam Hastelow has gone for a duck, and this match has turned on its head. The Aussies, favourites now probably. New Zealand 8 down. Andrew Downton takes his 3rd wicket. How this match has changed in the last 10 overs or so. New Zealand were 103 for 2. They've lost 5 wickets for 49 runs. Let's have another look at this one. Downton coming round the wicket to Hastelow. Let's have a look at the line.
Like I was saying before, coming around the wicket, it brings all...
Oh yeah, that's probably out.
Brings all modes of dismissal into play by coming around. He can angle into the pads. And they look pretty good, unfortunately, for New Zealand. And that's good bowling from the opening Australian bowler, Downton. It's been good again today.
Nick Smith is the new batsman, the man from Mount Maunganui. He's a gutsy little player. I like him as a batter. He's quite nuggety and doughty, but He's got a big role to play today. New Zealand 8 down. They've only got 2 wickets left. They still need 26 runs. Batting is looking pretty hard at the moment, if your name's not James Marshall. No second chances after this. This is the semi-final. The winner will progress to the final. The loser will go through to the 3rd and 4th playoff. Last 4 batsmen for New Zealand out for 0, 9, 2, 0.
Once again, it just shows how hard it is to come in and start on the surface.
I wonder at which point James Marshall will move on from trying to hit singles to trying to hit boundaries. Anyway, that'll wait. Here's Nick Smith. Gets that one out of the middle. Good start for him.
One ball left in this over. I think Smith's got to be content here just to get through it unscathed, give the strike to Marshall. Who will get the opportunity to face a new bowler, with Jarvis having just bowled out.
Ooh. Smith has a swing and a miss at that one. To end another wicket taking over for Andrew Downton. 3 for 34 he has from his 8 overs. He's got 1 left. Jarvis is bowled out. Who's going to come on now? It's Jamie Pinelli. So Justin Poole throwing his top 3 bowlers at this New Zealand attack. It's paid off so far. He's rolled the dice and it's come up with the numbers that he wanted. New Zealand only have 2 wickets left. They're 152. James Marshall is still there. 82 not out from 93 balls. He's the key. How's he going to approach this?
He certainly is, and he'll have a clear plan. He'll know that Pinelli will want to threaten the stumps. Been a lot of bowls, a lot of LBWs. In fact, how many LBWs have there been, Jim?
1, 2, 3.
3 in the New Zealand innings.
Yeah, there was a few in the Australian innings as well. 1, 2, 3.
So 6 LBWs today, 3 in each innings. Again, showing the low, slow nature of the pitch, not getting the majority of balls going over top of the stumps, bringing the LBWs and bowls into play.
Now the field is well spread. There are singles everywhere, especially on the leg side.
They want Marshall to take 1.
Does he have a boundary option here? Maybe over cover, or if he can get one really fine, straight.
Just having a look at the body language of the batsman, I think they're happy still to take 1. The other option here and the other strategy Marshall can go with there is to soak up the majority of the balls in the over, then take 1. And
he does take the single out to deep point. Yes, Pinelli and Downton are the 2 strike bowlers for Australia. Nick Smith has 3 balls to play against Pinelli, unless he can get off strike, of course. If you have stayed up through the night in Australia or New Zealand, well worth it, I reckon, to watch a low-scoring thriller.
yeah, you're in for a treat.
Yeah, whichever way this goes, it's been a really close-fought match.
Smith's got to continue to look straight here. There's a a good option. Full face of the bat, look down the ground.
Yeah, just keep those pads out of the way, I think, or just get some bat on it. Gets a bit of width, and they will take a single, which means that Nick Smith will retain the strike, so the Aussies will be quite happy with that.
24.
24 needed in 10 overs, that's 2.4 and over. And Andrew Downton has 1 over left. He's going to bowl that now. So if New Zealand can survive this over, Andrew Downton will have bowled out. Jamie Pinelli will have 1 over left. And that means the 2 spinners will have to close things out for Australia. And that may be what, I'm not sure if New Zealand have been counting how many overs the bowlers have bowled. There's no scoreboard in operation as far as I can tell. So maybe messages being run out from the Kiwi camp. So this is a crucial over, Leighton. Downton to Nick Smith, I reckon.
Yeah, it's huge in the context of this game.
Goes full as predicted, and Smith digs this one out. I think if Smith can play out a maiden, New Zealand will be happy.
I think so. I think again you've got to respect the situation of this game. Downton has 3 wickets. New Zealand want to see him off. Have a look at something different. He's bowled well today.
Oh, goes full again. They won't pick up a run. They thought about it, but good fielding. If that had got through, they could have got 2, which would have been so useful in the context of this game. Dave Boone, he's back into the comments. He says, Itch is a grizzly batter. Bats a lot higher than 10 normally. Yes, he does. So he can bat, Nick Smith. Got a big job to do now. Full toss. They will take a single. Crucial run.
Yes, and New Zealand supporters will be happy to know that Smith does normally bat a bit higher, so he can hold a bat. He's good at working the ball around and running hard.
And from James Marshall's perspective, I think he'll be happy to see this over out, maybe take a single off one of these last 2 balls. Close in the other game, in the other semi, England 7 down, chasing 224, so they've got an even harder job than New Zealand, I think. Full toss, hit out of extra cover, no run. So Marshall has 1 ball left in this over to try and retain the strike. The field has remained spread. Thought they might have brought somebody in, but they are still happy to give Marshall the single if he's good enough to get it.
And
Cuts it away. He will get the single. In fact, they think about 2, just 1.
It's actually a good result for New Zealand. The man who's on 83 not out will retain the strike. It's not a bad result.
And also Downton is now bowled out. That's the other good result for New Zealand. So Pinelli has 1 over left. And then it'll be up to the spinners, unless Australia bring in Danny Batra perhaps. I think they will turn to Ryan Snape first.
Well bowled, big fella. Good spell out there today from Downton. Did a great job for his country.
England's chase very similar to New Zealand's. They've got Stephen Naylor anchoring it. They're 7 down now, needing 78 in 11 overs. So a different scenario, they need to score quickly. New Zealand don't, they need to survive. Field remains spread for James Marshall. They're giving him a single. James Marshall marshalling this innings very wisely. Experienced player, played international cricket, tests, one-dayers, T20s.
Calling on all their experience here.
Oh, and then he plays a bit of a wild shot. Gets away with it, down to short fine leg, single taken. Wind picking up again, buffeting us under the marquee here. It's been a beautiful day for cricket at the Rondebosch Cricket Club. Oh, that's kept really low late in. Well played from Nick Smith. He still managed to get forward just.
Gosh, and that's a dangerous delivery. And that's why bowling straight on this wicket is the key. Bolds and LBWs into play. Smith does really well to keep that one out.
Another one that keeps low and he just turns it into the onside. No run, but that's okay. There's 2 balls left in this over.
This over and this spell, Jim.
And the spell, that's right. I'm not saying things are going to get super easy when the spinners come on, but New Zealand will have survived Australia's 3 key bowlers if we can get away with this. 1 run out to cover sweeper, that's crucial again. I've been saying that word a lot in this innings, but in a low scoring, tight encounter, especially right here at the end, every single is crucial. Now Marshall has 1 ball here to try and retain the strike. I thought they might have brought a couple of guys in, but they've left them all out. And it's a lovely shot out to extra cover for a single. So again, Marshall retains the strike.
And it brings New Zealand within 20, Jim.
Inching closer. 20 runs required in 8 overs. 2 wickets in hand. Ryan Snape has taken off his cap. He will bowl from the commentary end. His figures so far: 6 overs, 2 for 31. So he will actually, Australia are gambling that this match will not go the distance because Snape can only bowl overs 38, 40 and 42. Richie Wild can bowl 39, 41, 43, 45, so on. But if it does come down to the last over, Aussie will need a 6 bowler. I don't think it will.
Yeah, they know if they want to win this game they need 10 wickets, so that's why we've seen key bowlers already bowl out. Aussie hunting those wickets. New Zealand know that too.
Now there's a bit of a gap straight, Leighton. Long off and long on are quite wide. If Marshall is able to hit it dead straight, there's a boundary there. There's also a bit of a gap between the man at square leg and long on, isn't there? If he wants to pull out the slog sweep.
He's got a few options here. He can also play that lap or the back of the back shot. Depends what Marshall feels is high percentage for him. He'll want to take the least risk possible.
I think he might look for an aggressive shot earlier in this over. It's a real risk-return balance. So I'll leave it to him. He's the man with the experience. He goes into that mid-wicket gap as predicted, finds that big gap between long on and square leg. 4 runs. I think I called that one, Leighton.
Yeah, well called, Jim. You bang on the money, saying that Marshall wants to get on top of this bowl early in the over. Snape gives him one in his front half, and he puts it through mid-wicket for 4, and that fielder has now dropped back.
They plugged that gap.
Gives him option to take one if he wants it. Spin. Let's hit him on the glove. Bit of turn here for Snape.
15 runs required for New Zealand. Safely in behind it. He's got 4 off this over. If he can just get another single, that'll be 5. And then he'll retain the strike. Might look to do the same thing in the next over. And he will take that single now. Two balls left for Nick Smith. I'm pretty sure he'll be happy to block those out.
Pretty keen to just see him get him on the front foot here, take the LBW out of play. Don't want to see him go back to any. Nice stride, nice straight bat. See these 2 balls off. Turn around the next over with New Zealand needing 14 to win with 2 wickets in hand. Slips in.
Nice technique from Nick Smith, getting the bat out in front of the pad. Well played.
Absolutely solid there from Smith. Digging in for his country where he needs to. He's to stay composed, cool head.
Good, and he plays out the last ball of the over. The Aussie fielders invite him to take one, but he says no thanks. So Snape's come back over, goes for 5. I'll just quickly run through the scoreboard. Hardeep Singh out for 1, Greg Johnson for 20, Nick Horsley 18, Mara 17, then a string of single figure scores. Rapson for 0, Dench for 9, Wiley for 2, Hastelow for 0. These two came together with the score at 152. They've added just 12. It feels like more than that. But low scoring game, that's what happens. Target now 14 runs. It is Richie Wild, so in Australia just using the 5 bowlers. Richie Wild has figures of none for 22 from the 4 that he bowled earlier, so he was a little bit expensive. Here he is to Marshall. And they run the single off the first ball. Marshall gives Nick Smith a little pat on the back, says, "You got this, mate." So the field on the offside is all back on the ring, so if Smith was able to just drop one at his feet, there might be a single there. In fact, on the leg side as well, there's quite a few singles here, Leighton. Are you surprised by that?
I'm a little bit surprised. You think they want to go in out? Are they asking Smith to play across the spin of the off spinner and take a risk playing across his pad to dink it in that gap? That could be the strategy. If that's the case, it's a good option with a lot of LBWs in play today.
There's also a slip with the ball turning away from the left-hander. The leg side, it's going to be a wide. We haven't seen many wides today from either side. Australia have only bowled 3, including that one. They've been very disciplined. New Zealand bowled about 9, I think. Oh, he gets a tickle on this one, and they will get a single. So 3 runs off 3 legitimate balls in this over. New Zealand inching closer one step closer to home in this chase.
Inching closer, but the hearts will be still racing, I tell you right now, Jim.
Easy run into the leg side. They might even think about two. Danny Batcher comes scooting in quickly to put paid to that idea. Plenty of people tuning back into the coverage here, maybe waking up or tuning in from different parts of the world. Don't go anywhere. This one is going down to the wire. Oh, that was straight and low, and he had to dig that one out. Well played by Smith. Very watchful.
Yeah, it's good. That's good. Keep forward, Nick.
Holds the pose. He's a real thinker, Nick Smith. He's quite a smart cricketer, I think.
You see it as bat and ball.
Leaves that one well enough alone to end the 39th over. 6 overs remaining. New Zealand need 10 runs. It's under 2 and over. That's not an issue. It's just these 2 wickets. Nick Smith, James Marshall, only Peter Connell to come, the New Zealand captain. Decent batter, Peter, but everyone will be hoping he doesn't have to bat from the New Zealand perspective.
100%, Jim. That's the responsibility of the men out in the middle now.
We haven't really talked about James Marshall's century. I don't think anybody will be too worried about that either. He's 7 runs away from that. Just the win, that's all New Zealand will be focused on.
Absolutely.
Marshall goes down the ground for 1. Takes him up to 94.
94, and we're at single digits now, Jim. 9 to win. When does it become a case for Australia to bring more fielders in and stop these ones?
Yeah, it's a real cat and mouse battle. I mean,
Slip's out, look. So he's doing just that.
Slip is coming into a short extra cover.
They're trying to say, take a bigger risk. Oh, yeah.
That was straight, he had to hit that, but he did. Oh, what a leave from Nick Smith. Ballsy.
That's a brave leave. Let's have a look at this one again. Goodness me. Slip's come out. So you wouldn't mind seeing a forward defence at this line. Oh no, he's trusted it's pitched outside.
Okay. He's very watchful, Smith. He's playing each ball on its merits. Given width, and he drives it, beats the fielder a little bit. It's a partial misfield. They take 2 very, very important runs, bonus runs almost. Any runs to Nick Smith are sort of gravy on top of the over. We're expecting Marshall to do most of the scoring.
We're down to 7, Jim. We're down to 7. Oh.
Over down, another one. We've been talking quite a lot about Nick Smith recently, but how about this innings from James Marshall? It's just been so thoughtful and calculating. He came out with a real plan to unsettle the Aussie bowlers, and then he's shifted gears, as you said, when necessary. And I'm sure he's been giving lots of advice to the New Zealand batsmen, just keeping everything under control. Outstanding innings, especially if New Zealand can get up here.
been a class act, Jim, no doubt about it.
Now, has he got a gap to look for here? I think straight again if he's good enough, or very fine. Plenty of single options for him. He might just be happy to continue this tactic that they've employed in the last few overs, just taking the singles on offer and trusting Nick Smith. That's what they'll do. Just the gentlest of pushes into the onside.
Cat and mouse again, happy to give Marshall one. Now they'll come in and try and squeeze Smith, create an error. Wild, coming around.
Pushed into the onside, but Danny Batcher is very alert there. He knows the situation, everyone here does. They want to keep Nick Smith on strike.
Faster. Wild goes faster, doesn't quite get his line right. It's good option to keep the New Zealand batsman guessing, showing him something different, for some reason giving him a long stare.
On the stumps, well dug out by Nick Smith. He's been really keeping a really close eye on the ball, knowing that it is keeping low, so when he goes back he watches it right onto his bat. Again, very similar shot.
Smith should be content here just to keep this ball out, start again next over, Marshall on strike. Does exactly that, some solid forward defence.
Yeah,
Well bowled.
Well bowled, but really nice batting from Nick Smith. He's looked, I hate to say it, he's looked fairly comfortable.
Doing a great job.
6 runs, 4 overs, 2 wickets.
Marshall on strike. Man is on 94 not out off 107 rocks. Dropped on 1.
Indeed. Now, does he go boundary option or still content just to push it around? It's a semi-aggressive sweep for 1. So again, brings Nick Smith on strike. It's a bit of a pattern, just getting off strike first ball of the over. James Marshall leaving or having trust and faith in Nick Smith.
The beauty about this field to Smith here, if he gets a bit of width, which he is strong behind point, should be comfortable to cut. He just needs some width. With the field up, it is a chance for New Zealand to get a boundary. So they've got no one back on that offside. So if Smith gets some width here, they could really take the game away from Australia. However,
It'll be a pretty gutsy shot to try.
oh, it's bowling nice and straight. It's bowling well, giving Smith nothing.
How are the fingernails laden?
Yeah. It's more the heart rate.
Oh, he goes behind point. Quick single. Good running. Shout for run out.
He's safe.
Umpire is unmoved. So that's a good single because obviously it adds 1 to the total, and it means that James Marshall has about 3 balls in the over just to get a 1.
Boundary spread, Jim. Fielders are spread. There's only 4 to win. Does he take it on here?
Not yet. I don't think he will. I think he'll be happy to just do this in 1s. Here's another one. He has a lot of trust in Nick Smith, which must be nice for Nick. So what is the 3 runs to win? Shorter and flatter beats Nick Smith. Good delivery. Good delivery, but Smith survives. Another over down, and Marshall will again start the over on strike. 2 to tie, 3 to win.
I can confirm the heart rate's now up around 180. 180 beats per minute. The good news for New Zealanders, the man who is on 96 is on strike.
I think officially he's on 97.
Is he?
It says 97 on the Crick Club, so I don't know who's got the official scorecard. 6. Okay. All right, 96. But let's not worry too much about that just yet.
3 runs. What's Marshall thinking here? 1 again, Jim?
Yeah, I think so. It's worked well so far. No, tossed up. Oh, is he going to be all?
He's got it! He's got it for 6!
Marshall gives a fist pump. New Zealand win by 3 wickets. What a
fantastic victory! Marshall, the hero.
He brings up the century. It doesn't matter whether he was on 96 or 97. He's launched that full toss over the boundary for 6 runs. New Zealand win an absolute nail-biter, a thriller by 2 wickets. Great effort by Australia. They threw everything at New Zealand to cling on to this match, but Marshall was just outstanding. And then latterly Nick Smith stayed with him. And if you stayed up with us tonight, then full credit to you as well, wherever you are around the world. It's been a thrilling, exciting, nail-biting, low-scoring match. I'll leave Leighton to say a couple of words.
What a pleasure to call it with you, Jim. Gosh, fair play to the Australians. They brought it, and they brought it hard. But Marshall, Smith, don't take it away from Smith. That was the most, I don't want to say it on air, but that was the most important innings of his life. 100%, 100%. So proud of him and Marshall. And I'm going to run back over and celebrate that one with the boys, Jim. We've got a team song to sing.
We do. And New Zealand are into the final of the Over-40s Cricket World Cup, the first one. James Marshall leads the 3 New Zealand batsmen off. Congratulations to you. James gets a excited round of applause from his teammates. What a fantastic, mature, classy, sensible innings from James Marshall. Really, really well done. New Zealand win this match by 2 wickets and they progress to the final. Heartbreak for the Aussies. They have battled so hard in this game. It's a real shame for them. They done really, really well. But New Zealand are through to the final. On behalf of all the Pitch Vision team, my name's Jim Morrison. It's been an absolute pleasure bringing this match to you. We'll see you for the final.
We have New Zealand on my left, Australia on my right. Thank you. Right, if we can get moving, thank you very much. I'm going to ask Sterling to say a few words first before we proceed with the rest of the ceremony. Thank you.
Thanks, Neil. On behalf of the International Masters Cricket Committee, the first thing I want to do is congratulate both teams. An unbelievable game of cricket. It was an epic. Unfortunately, as we know in sport, one team has to lose and the other team, of course, wins. So on behalf of the IMCC, first of all, our profound hearty congratulations to Peter and the New Zealand team for making the final on Friday. Congratulations. And while we're on the New Zealand team, James Marshall, that innings will go down in over-40s cricket history. Amazing, 103 not out, 6 on the, bring 100 up. Congratulations and well played. The Australians, congratulations, a really wonderful tournament to date, never gave up, always in the game, supporting each other, and on behalf of the committee, Justin, to you and your team, congratulations, well played. Finally, just to thank Rhonda Bosch Cricket Club, superb facilities, wonderful wicket. Ray Illingworth always said that the quality of the wicket showed the result, and the result was a thriller, and the wicket was a winner. So thank you, Neil, and to the club, the two umpires, Abdullah and Russell, thank you very much, and also to the scorers, and to all you spectators who came out and gave it 110%. We really appreciate it, and we'll see you at the final on Friday. Thank you very much.
Sterling, it was an incredible game of cricket. And really Neil, great spectacle, thank you. The final result, as we know, Australia batted first, 177 for 7, New Zealand second, 181 for 8, New Zealand therefore went by 2 wickets. I'd sincerely like to thank the umpires of Bill Steenkamp and Russell Tiffin for their contribution, as well as the scorers, Nicole de Villiers, Marion Ford for their diligence, as well as Rhonda Bosch Cricket Club, particularly the ground staff of Mike, Rogers and Greg, who really made that wicket tick, and to the kitchen staff of Portable, Scotty and his team. Thank you very much indeed. I'd like to call on the Australian captain to say a few words, please.
Thank you very much. Firstly, thanks to Ron Street. Thank you very much. Pete and the Kiwis, well done, well played. Obviously, we want to get this time as possible, and we gave it our best shot, but good luck in the final on Friday. My boys, really great efforts, never quit, gave ourselves every chance to win that game, and just make sure we win off Dasno and finish third. Cool.
Thank you. I'd like to call on the captain of New Zealand to say a few words as well, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron Bosch. Great facility play at. All the massive thank you. Justin and the boys, being tough one to swallow probably that. When you were up for a tough gig today. And one catch away. It's going to be tough, but I really hope you come back and reach those boys and take that lead. You're a good team, good players, and you certainly put us under pressure there. Good partnership to put up a total. It's hard to know what a good total was out there. We were kind of happy to bowl first, but that fielding, bowling through the middle there put us under the pump, and our boys kind of opened the door a bit, and you certainly ran through it. So really stoked for Marshy. There's not because outside of that we would have been struggling there. So Marshy, well done our boys, but we've got anything yet. Let's push one more game, a bit harder against those Sappers. So thank you and all the best.
Thank you very much. I'd like to now call on the umpires to present the following awards. The Over-40s Cricket World Cup Man of the Match Award goes to James Marshall. Then the Over-40s Cricket World Cup Man of the Match Award for the losing side. Goes to Scott Jarvis. 9 wickets, 26 runs, 3 wickets. And then the Spirit of Cricket Award goes to a man who must have run kilometres this afternoon, Greg Johnson, who ran for James Marshall, and he gets the Spirit of Cricket Award. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the post-match proceedings. Good luck to everybody for whatever matches you had left. Safe travels. Thanks for being here. Good night.